The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Please come to order. Are there any public comments on closed session items, Michelle?
Yes, we have one. Michelle Orgon.
All right, Michelle Oregon, you are on.
Can you hear me now? Thank you. Good evening, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. As you go into closed session, I want to first thank you for the thoughtful consideration in the last negotiations to get the MOU done. We appreciate that, of course. As we know, as this situation is fluid, things will come up, and we appreciate the availability to reach our assistant soups and our assistant superintendent with questions as questions have come up this week with the changes of status, but also things that maybe were not totally outlined in the MOU and working through that. So we do appreciate that, and hopefully a little more direction on a couple of points. Obviously not urgent at this point under the tier we're at, but we do appreciate the flexibility and the openness and frankness in getting things done for the MOU, and really appreciate the board's time and consideration for the direction that they sent to the table at our last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Do we have any other comments?
No further comments.
No further comments, so let's adjourn to closed session. Gary, can you hear me? Gary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Yes, meeting will please come to order. We reconvene to our regular meeting. Roll call is 6 members are present. Mr. Gary Konechak is on remote. Student representatives. Do we have Emma Glenville from Bear Creek High School present?
Yeah, I'm here.
Very good. Thank you, Emma.
Yeah, thank you.
Haley Escorpizo from Ronald McNair. Is he present?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm sorry, Haley. Thank you, Haley. You're present. All right, would you please rise for the pledge? One report on closed session. This has to do with student matters. Mr. Ron Freitas motion, Ms. Susan McFarland second, that the board approve the new placement of 2020-2021 non-public school student number 77 by the following vote of 6-1. Michelle, the negative vote is Mr. Porter. Thank you. Okay. That way I don't have to get a call, Ron. Okay. All right. We have a public hearing. I declare this public hearing. Staff members from River Oaks Charter School Elementary will present their charter renewal petition. Mr. McGregor.
Thank you. Good evening, President Nava, Dr. Washer, members of the board. I'd like to introduce Aspire Area Superintendent Tony Salina to speak briefly about Aspire River Oaks Charter Elementary School. This public hearing is an opportunity for the board to hear from the petitioners, the staff, and the public regarding their charter renewal petition. Tony, are you with us? Not present. Well, I guess I don't know if there's any.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Tony, you're with us?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I couldn't unmute. I was unmuted by the organizer.
Okay, you're on.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. McGregor. Appreciate it. Good evening, President Nava, Vice President Freitas, Superintendent Nichols Washer, and all the trustees. We're glad to be here today before you for the renewal of River Oaks Charter School and Ben Hope Middle School. We are with me today. I have my Associate Superintendent, also Dr. Kat Ellison, Director of Operations, Mark Salazar, and our two fantastic leaders, Laura Hawley from River Oaks Charter School and Maria Cortez, Principal of Ben Hope Middle. We're really proud to be here in front of the Lodi Unified School District. It was the first district that authorized an Aspire school 20 years ago. And so we're grateful for our longstanding partnership, and we look forward to another 20 years in the future. Interestingly, Kat, Laura, and myself were all found teachers at Oaks Charter School 17 years ago. So we go back a long way with Aspire and with Lodi, and we're part of the opening of that school. And so we're excited to be here now representing them for their renewal this evening. Like you, we have a ton of issues before us with COVID and the moving of the colors in San Joaquin County, and trying to decide how to best manage that situation. So we opted to limit our presentation to allow more time for you all to ask us questions instead of going through a big presentation and PowerPoint and whatnot. So we just figured, in the sake of expediency, we'll keep it brief and let you drive any questions that you may have for us. But I just want to say, as one of 6 authorizers that are within our purview in the San Joaquin County that schools, Lodi Unified has been a model for us in terms of looking to solutions for how to navigate this really difficult time of distance learning and hybrid learning. You all have some really innovative and interesting solutions and ideas around how to manage this time. So we just appreciate being able to look to you as an example and one of the districts that's really stepped forward as a leader in this really difficult time. One important note that I'd like to make is that, our schools were always intended to fill the need between the border of Stockton Unified and Lodi Unified. All our schools are located in the North Stockton area that is part of Lodi Unified's residency district. And so I think it's important to note that 40% of our scholars reside in the Stockton Unified area, whereas 60% of our scholars are in the Lodi area. So we really do straddle that border and draw from both sides of the 2 school districts. And so nearly all of our scholars from River Oaks do matriculate into Ben Hope Middle. And then from Ben Hope Middle, many go to Ben Hope High School, so they stay within the Aspire system. But many of our high schoolers do instead go to Lodi High, Tokay, or Bear Creek as well. And I know a lot of our scholars have had great success moving on to the comprehensive high schools that you all run and authorize as well. And so we're interested in developing a deeper partnership with Lodi Unified. Presently, you supply the food service to all of our Lodi Unified authorized schools, as well as all of our Stockton Unified authorized schools. So that's up to 10 schools now that we partner with you to provide food service for our students. And it's been great, even in the time of the pandemic. We've been able to offer food and a drive-through basis to our students, and that's in part because of the partnership with you. And so we want to actually talk about and be able to expand that to start thinking about contracted services for other things, such as landscaping or maintenance or facilities where you have really skilled employees that are part of the trades, and us being small don't. And so I had sent an email to your Chief Business Officer, Mr. Khan, and we'd been just chatting about that briefly. So that's something that we would love to be able to even talk about, expanding the way in which we utilize the great employees and services that Lodi Unified has to offer. I would just say that our demographics reflect and model that of the North Stockton and Lodi schools. We have roughly 70% free lunch, a little over 60% at Ben Hope Middle, and 73% at River Oaks. So finally, I'm proud to say that both schools are in the top tier of the new kind of ranking system for charter schools based on the California dashboard. And so under AB 1505, the way that works is districts that are authorizing charter schools for renewal have 3 options. There's kind of a lower tier, a middle tier, and an upper tier, where most schools fall in the middle tier, which is your typical 5-year renewal. Both River Oaks and Ben Hope Middle are in the top tier. And so we're actually eligible for the 7-year renewal, which they kind of deemed as the fast track. And so I'm just, very proud of that for these two schools and wanted to make you all aware of that. And so with that, I would just love to turn it over to you and open it up for any questions that you may have. Like I said, I have my Director of Operations, Mark, and my Associate Superintendent, Dr. Ellison, here for the ability to answer more regional office or district office questions, and then also the two school leaders in case you have any questions specific for each of the individual schools.
Thank you, Tony. We will have board comments. Mr. Knaxag, any comments? Unmute yourself, sir.
No, thank you. I don't have any comments on this topic.
Okay, Mr. Freitas.
I'd like to thank Tony and Aspire for their presentation, and look forward to seeing this as an action item.
Ms. McFarland.
No comments at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Porter. Yes, correct.
Tony, this is Courtney Porter. Can you give me a percentage of the number of students that you have that are special education?
Thank you, Trustee Porter. That's a great question. Both schools are at 8%. Ben Hope Middle is right at 8%. River Oaks is slightly above, but not quite to 9%. And so as a per student, that is 36 students at River Oaks and 44 students at Ben Hope Middle. So and that's roughly our organizational average. We bounce between 8 and 10% across our organization.
And how does that rank against other charter schools in the state?
I think the state average is roughly 10%, give or take. It depends. I think that for some charter schools, it depends on location. We are, actively working to, improve the way in which we serve our students with special needs. We have the broad spectrum of students with special needs, from mild, moderate to mild severe, to some students who are even in residential care. So we span the gambit, and it is our duty and responsibility to serve every student that joins us. And because we use an open lottery system, any student can be admitted, and when they are, we're required and proud to serve them.
And my last question is, how many of your students are socially, economically disadvantaged?
Yeah, great question. And that was something I just looked up today in advance of the meeting. I wanted to see the trend line, not just the current status. So at present, Ben Hope Middle has 60% free and reduced lunch, and River Oaks Charter School has 73% free and reduced lunch. And both of those schools have gone up dramatically. I remember when I was a teacher at River Oaks, it was roughly 50, a little bit below 50%. So if you look at the trend line each year, that has been increasing steadily.
Thank you for your information. It's very appreciative. I look forward to seeing it as an agenda item, as Mr. Freitas said. Thank you, Tony.
All right, Mr. Heberly, any comments?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. Nava. I'm going to continue on down the line of questioning that Mr. Porter started. Let's talk about non-public schools. Is charter involved anyway with non-public schools?
Tell me a little bit more, because we are public schools by all definitions. So
I'm sorry.
the only time
we got a little bit of a
we get
misunderstanding here.
non-public schools.
A non-public school, Dr. Washer, can you give us a definition?
Yes, Mr. Neely, members of the board, non-public school is a placement from a public school to a setting that serves special needs students. Typically, the school district doesn't have the resources to serve the level of needs that exist with the students, so they are placed in a non-public school placement. So I think the question is, does Aspire place any students in non-public school settings for special needs students?
Thank you.
Understood. Yeah, thank you so much for the clarification. Yes, we do. On rare occasion, if a student is severely in need, and often it's in a case where they're also in a non-residential placement, not with their family even, that we do have instances where students are in non-public placement. But I would say that is a fraction of a % of the total number of our students.
Okay. that's interesting. Before we come back for approval on this, I'd like to get that information, if you would, please. Also, could we
And so
hear
you'd like to
about?
know the exact number for?
I would. Yes, I would.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Trustee Neely. I just want to
Also-
make sure I get the right information to you. So the
Absolutely.
percent for each school, River Oaks and Ben Hope Middle.
For each school, how much you're spending on that?
Okay, yeah, for sure.
All right. The second thing is, let's continue to talk about special ed a little bit. I'd also like to see a breakdown of what your special ed students, where they fall. Do we have any mild, moderate, severe? I'd like to see a complete breakdown of where your special ed students fall on that the placement. I'm not going to ask you to answer that now because but before.
Yeah, I
or
wouldn't have
when
that
you
off the
come-
top of my head, but I
Okay.
can get that for you for sure.
That'd be great. Okay. How are you guys doing on remote learning? Are you providing have you had any issues with
Well, it's been a struggle.
equipment? What's that?
I said, like everyone in the spring of last year, it was a struggle. We had to scramble to adapt, and we were not completely one-to-one prior to the pandemic, and so we worked really hard to work with families to find out who had devices at home and who did not. And so we were able to make sure every student had a device that they could use to access. And then over the summer and throughout this year, we've gotten to a point where every student is able to have an Aspire issued device. We ensure that they all had Wi-Fi connectivity. And now we've really been deeper diving into the quality of instruction, student engagement. I'm proud to say we have about 95% engagement rate with our distance learning, which is about the same average of our ADA when we were in live learning. So the good news is to report that we're actually continuing to serve about the same number of students per day as we were in live learning. And now we're just trying to ensure we're doing really good quality instruction for that distance learning time.
Okay. All right. Well, and so you're at 100% connectivity right now.
Correct. Yeah. And if students do not have connectivity, we have gotten them Wi-Fi hotspots or, worked with families to find free solutions or low-cost solutions for their homes.
Okay. Real good. Okay. That's all I've got for right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Thank you, Trustee Neely, and we'll get you the rest of that information.
Tony, I have no comment for you, so I'm going to open this for public comments. Ms. Armstrong, do we have any public comments on this hearing?
Yes, we have one. Laura Hawley.
Okay, Ms. Holly, you're on.
Looks like she has dropped off.
Okay. Then there are no further public comments. I declare this public hearing closed. Public hearing, declare public hearing open to staffs from Aspire Ben Holt Middle School will present their charter renewal petition. Mr. McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, President Nava, Dr. Washer, members of the board. These are two separate agenda items. The first was River Oaks, and the second being the Aspire Ben Holt Middle School charter renewal. Superintendent Selena did speak to a little bit to the Ben Holt Middle School but Tony, I don't know if there's any additional items or conversation you would like to engage the board with at this time.
No, I don't have anything additional to add at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Any comments from the board? Okay, Mr. Neely has a comment or a question.
Yep. You're going to give me the information for both Ben Holt and River Oaks, right, Tony?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the final question,
yes,
what's the enrollment
sure.
Ben Holt? I'm sorry, did you hear that? Tony? Okay. Scott, can you find that out for me? the enrollment at Ben Hope.
I'll communicate with them and get that for
Great.
both sites.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you not hear me? I said, I believe it's 572 at present.
That's great. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Tony. Any other comments from the board? All right, Ms. Armstrong, we have any comments from the public?
No public comments.
No public comments. I declare this public hearing closed. Public hearing declared open. Notice of intent to approve preliminary environmental assessments for the proposed future site 1 in Westlake Villages. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. This is the prerequisite to item A18, which is the approval of the preliminary environmental assessment, or PEA. A PEA allows the board to move forward with purchasing the property if it so chooses. This public hearing is again a requisite before the board can approve the item.
Mr. Khan, any comments from the public? Mr. Porter? Ms. McFarland? Mr. Freitas? Mr. Eberly?
Yes, I just have one comment.
Okay.
After reading this, when I first started going through it, and they were talking about chemicals of concern, which is the category they use, that's one of the things I always look at because of my previous profession. And I was happy to see that they did not require any other action, which meant basically any mitigation that had to be done with this property. And it was approved by the Department of Toxic Substances, state of California. So that was all good. The other question I had in reading this was the groundwater tables, because I have done some work out in that area, and the groundwater is actually really close to the surface. However, they as in the state does not deem that as a significant problem or a problem at all. And so again, I was happy to hear that that is not going to be a concern for the potential school site. So it was very interesting reading, even though it was a little bit long. So those are my comments. I was glad that it came out as clean as it did. Thank you, Mr. Nava.
Mr. Eberly, Mr. Neely, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Just a quick question. Who pays for that PEA?
The district report.
And what was the cost of that?
Oh gosh, I'd have to get that for you, Mr. Neely.
If you would, please.
There are two costs. There's one to Petrologics, the environmental engineer, and then one also a fee to DTS as well.
And this is for land that has been set aside by Spanos, right? Spanos Corporation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Knaxek, any comments, questions?
No, I don't actually. Thank you.
Okay, I don't either. I know that we're dealing with 19 and a half acres there for that. And I think it's a great site for that K through 8 school. And that's all the comment I have. Ms. Armstrong, do we have any public comments on this public hearing?
Yes, we have one. Michelle Orgon.
Michelle, you're on.
Michelle, are you self-muted?
Thank you, Michelle. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, President Nava, members of the board, public, Dr. Washer. Upon reading this report, I was quite concerned over the carcinogen, the arsenic, the toxic substances that they described. Of course, this is not my area of expertise. but it is concerning some of the high levels that they showed on some of the charts and where they tested. They did show a sentence that based on the findings that they recommended no further action being taken to the site. But upon looking at some of the numbers down further in the chart, it seemed like they were higher and than what they were supposed to, what was for children. So I just want to make sure that this is still appropriate without having to do further mitigation for the DDE, DDE, and DDT, and arsenic and lead that was found on the site. So that would be our concern, putting children there if those numbers towards the bottom of the chart that were called out were higher, and whether or not that one sentence says there's everything's ready to go, but it seemed like the numbers were high on part of the chart. So I'm concerned. I heard Mr. Khan say no mitigation was needed further, but is there a then follow-up test before building takes place to make sure that this is safe for students?
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. This, again, is the preliminary environmental assessment. Many of the board members were on board with new builds. I think McNair, maybe even Bear Creek. I'm not sure, but I'm sure the board does recall from those experiences. This item only allows the board to move forward with purchasing the property if it so chooses. If the board chooses to develop the property at some point in the future, it will have to undergo a full environmental impact assessment of the property. So,
thank you, Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you, Mr. Nava.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Any other public comments, Ms. Armstrong?
No further comment.
All right, declare this public hearing closed. Next on the agenda, we have our superintendent's report. Dr. Washer.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, members of the board. We'd like to congratulate our board members on success with the recent election. Mr. Freitas, Mr. Knackstead, and Mr. Nava, we are happy to have you staying with us. Lodi, yes, go ahead and clap. Lodi Unified, as well as your communities, acknowledge and appreciate your service. I would also like to let you and our public know that we are working with County Emergency Department to provide free COVID-19 testing for the community as well as our employees. We have several sites identified that they will do pop-up style testing sites that will be away from the school entrance, won't interfere with staff or anybody else that would be inside the school, located perhaps in a parking lot area in a corner there. This would be available free to anyone who would like COVID-19 tested. It's the quick result type. So hopefully that will help our employees and community be able to get some testing that perhaps was not available before. We are disappointed in the recent designation of our county into the purple tier. We were looking forward to welcoming some of our students back this week. We were excited to start our phase-in of in-person instruction, but as you know, those plans have been put on hold. Dates will be delayed because of this recent development. We know that this is a serious situation and we want to do our part to help with that, but we are disappointed that we won't be having students on our campuses starting this week, but hopefully things will improve in the not too distant future so that we can continue with those plans. I want to thank our teachers union group for working very hard on the agreement, and we do appreciate that. To show you some of what's happening out in distance learning, There are great things happening all over the district, and I hope that you are proud of what your employees are doing to help students learn. We have an example of that this evening. I'd like to introduce Mrs. Wright, Jessica Wright from Bear Creek High School. She is an art teacher, and she has developed just an outstanding way to not only instruct students in art, but to acknowledge and showcase their work as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Wright.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mrs. Wright, or Jessica Wright. Thank you again, President Nava, Dr. Washer, and members of the board. And I have to give a special shout out to Emma Glanville. She was one of my students last year, so it was very exciting to hear her just now. I am not sure if I'm able to share my PowerPoint. I was told it would be shared for me.
We're working on it, Mrs. Wright. 1 second.
Okay.
Hey, Jessica, you should be able to present.
Okay. All right, so here we are. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to share what I've been doing and especially what my students have been doing. So this is kind of just a quick synopsis of what I've been doing in my visual art classes. So my focus coming into distance learning, and especially coming off of the distance learning in the spring, was really trying to hone in on keeping the integrity of the lessons that I had put together. And really making them accessible to all students. I got a taste of what students were able to access in the spring in Q4, so that kind of helped me decide what to do. My questions were how to support students to create these products, these beautiful products, how to motivate them, especially because that was one of the biggest takeaways from the spring quarter, was the lack of motivation and just being really lonely and missing that connection. And then also my own sanity with how to grade all of this work and how to showcase all of the work. So I just broke it down to I need to be extremely flexible. I need to be extremely honest and open with my students and understanding of where they're at. So I took my current curriculum, pulled out the most important key elements, and reformatted everything to the online platform. So I just really looked at the basics, and allowed plenty of time to practice and slow down, creating demonstration videos for all assignments, as well as doing the assignments with my students. I feel that they like to see my work going along with theirs as well. So they have an example, and I know of some mistakes and things that they might run into. Every other week, I schedule a Wellness Wednesday where we just kind of get to know each other, play games, be silly, ask questions, and allow students to talk with one another and comment on each other's work. And then allowing for digital submission of work. I think that relieves some stress for students because they're able to submit their work on a platform that works for them and their needs. So at the end of it, I knew I needed to be human and I needed to focus on building my relationships. So Q1 was scary, but together, myself and all 6 of my classes, we worked together to create a digital norms list. And several students thought it would be best to break it down according to parts of the day. So you can kind of read through our norms, and we go back to these every day as a reminder and a way to call each other out if we're doing, exhibiting bad behavior. So in Art 1, I'm focusing on basic drawing elements. Our big focus is on homework drawings. And these are examples of the homework drawings that we do. And then focusing on skills, basic design elements to really push their work forward. I provide demonstration videos. So this is a demonstration video for how to draw out their homework assignment of the rabbit. It's great for them because they can pause, they can go at their own pace, they can ask questions, and then they can change up the design on their own and make it unique to them. And this helps them with mastery of technique and drawing. Oops, we don't want to watch that. So these are examples of some of their homework drawings, and they just they're always different. They can always add, things to them. And I'm always blown away by the work that they've been doing. Again, here's an example of opportunities to comment on each other's work. So kind of creating that classroom environment and that opportunity to critique work and help push each other in the right direction. And these are examples of their Art One's first big project, their autobiographical portfolio, where they show things that they're interested in and kind of talk about themselves. Students evaluate themselves on a rubric so they know exactly how I'm grading. And then I'll grade them according to that same rubric. So you're free to click that and see. Art 2 is all about continuing to build skills and push their creativity. I work with them on the curriculum. They give suggestions and ideas, and I add them into the curriculum. So it's a joint effort. They had their optical art portfolios. So showing them different types of artwork outside of traditional, realistic drawing, which all of them want to do, but then they get really excited looking at these different styles of art. This was the abstract piece that the kids did wonderful on. I kind of stole these worksheets from Pinterest of all places, and the kids actually really enjoyed the activity. This is a game that we did on one of our Wellness Wednesdays. So they rolled for 30 designs and came up with some original designs of their own for abstract. And they were allowed to choose their medium. So I have digital submissions here, as well as traditional, color pencil and ink. Again, building on this idea of shading. And even I accepted work on binder paper. It's whatever these kids had, whatever they could do to get the assignment done. And it's still a really cool piece. So I found that I had a bigger bang on assignments when I gave them limited regulations and more creative control. So when I told them, hey, we're going to create a creature, they were a little nervous about it, but I worked with them on showing them how to merge ideas from different artists. And this was my own example that I gave them. So an example of me doing the work with them, and they do get excited to see, what I can do as well. And these are what they came up with. There's varying levels in my Art 2 class, and every student, achieves at their level, and I meet them where they're at. But these are some really cool designs that they just completed in this past week. So there is still a lot to learn on both sides of the Zoom screen. I'm constantly learning from them and how to better, what it is that I'm doing. And I'm really thankful to be able to share this with you guys and show the hard work that both my Art 1 and my Art 2 students have been doing. And, we're doing good. We have struggles every day, but we're all learning how to deal with it. And yeah, thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. This is an example of an outstanding teacher doing phenomenal lessons with our students through distance learning. Thank you, Mr. Nava.
Thank you, Dr. Washer. Thank you.
Mr. Nava?
That's right. I know you have comments from the board on this presentation because it's awesome. Mr. Neely.
I got to start this, but as someone who is challenged with stick figures, let me tell you, that's incredible. I am so impressed in how you have adapted to an online environment to inspire the kids to come up with things like that. It's incredible. My hat is off to you. Thank you so much, Ms. Wright. I appreciate everything you do for us.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Okay, we'll continue on then. Thank you, Dr. Washer, for your. Yes, Mr. Freitas.
I can't join my colleague, Mr. Neely, in this enough. Having no artistic talent whatsoever, I'm absolutely amazed at the talent of our students. We see it every year at the Got Kids Art Show. And to talk about professionalism and world-class quality, and Mrs. Wright, that you are doing this and helping our kids achieve so much just means so much to me, and I know to all members of the board. Thank you very, very much for this and your presentation, and your go back and tell your students we were blown away. Very, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have comments from the public. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, Gary.
I just want to say, well done. Well done. Very, very good.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. If other board members want to continue on our board comments, you can make those, please, also. A 20-minute time period has been set aside for the public to address the board on items not listed on the agenda. Each public speaker should limit his or her comments to 3 minutes due to the restrictions imposed by the California Brown Act regarding discussing topics that are not on the agenda. Board members may not engage in dialogue about the issue. Ms. Armstrong, how many do we have?
We have one.
All right. One's, put her on. Put the person on, please.
Samantha McCoy.
Samantha, you're on.
Samantha, you seem to be self-muted.
Oh my. It says unmuted.
You're on.
We just heard you for a moment. It looks like she's left the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Then we have comments from the board, from board members. Gary, let's start with you.
Oh, thank you, President Nava. Just a couple of quick things. One is that the annual Womble Rumble, which is a fundraising running event held at Lodi Lake in honor of Don Womble, who was a long time coach and teacher in Lodi Unified, has been canceled this year. Normally would have been this Saturday due to, guess what? COVID, but it will be back next year. The other thing I want to mention is that I'd really like to thank all of our district staff, our admin, and our teachers for the extraordinary effort that was put into trying to get our schools open safely. Lots and lots of discussion, lot going on. However, the most appropriate quote about this situation probably came from Mike Tyson when he says, "Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth." Well, COVID keeps punching us in the mouth, but I really want to thank you for your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Well said, man. Okay, Ms. McFarland.
Thank you, President Nava. I have I'm going to try to keep it short. I want to thank all the stakeholders, the community that tried to get us back to school. We got to love the purple color. But I want to ask our parents, our teachers, our board, the community to take a minute and try to reflect and think of other people before we let our words escape us. I'd like everybody to take a minute and think about the teacher that's trying to put their Zoom classes together, about the counselors that can't see their children face to face, about the office staff at each and every one of our school sites that are not a data bank for COVID. They are doing the best job they can when they pick up that phone call. Our principals that are trying to lead in an unconventional time. Every CSEA employee, we know the bus drivers, custodians, lunch ladies, the thing that makes them tick is students. There are no students on campus. Special ed needs nothing. It's atrocious. Those children need to be with their teachers. Parents, I also have empathy for you. You're trying to not only do your job, control your family, and try to be a teacher in your spare time. Students, all the students want us to be with their peers, and they're trapped at home. District staff, thank you for fielding all the questions. That most of them you probably have answers one day, and the next day those answers are changed. The superintendent continually being asked, "What are you doing?" I think she's doing a hell of a lot. I see her calendar. I know to the public, it might look like our assistant superintendents are relaxing. I know they're not. I've seen their calendars. Board, I know you're all at home sipping tea and relaxing and probably fielding no email and not ever thinking about how to open school. I'm being sarcastic here. I think if we all take a deep breath and we take a minute to reflect on that everybody's going through something, I think we can hold tight and get through this. I also want us to be brave. These are not fun times, and the thought of us not opening and waiting until we get to a different level is tough. So again, let's just be patient, kind, and brave to each other. And I want to thank the unions that have the MOUs that have been signed. I appreciate everyone's swift work. I know to the public it looks that we're all taking our sweet time, but there's a lot that has to happen behind closed doors, just like there's a lot that happens behind each and every one of your closed doors in your homes. So please have patience with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. We have Ms. McCoy on the line. Let's go ahead and take Ms. McCoy.
Good evening, Dr. Washer. Okay, I need to. Sorry about that. Good evening, Dr. Washer, President Nava, and members of the board. I am speaking on behalf of middle school department heads and would like to take this opportunity to once again remind you of the inequity that exists between elementary head teachers, high school chairs, and middle school department heads. My name is Samantha McCoy. I have been the electives department head at Krista McCullough for the past 4 years. As another common planning day approaches, our principals are having to do extra work to cover meetings. Our safety committees are missing the valuable input that our department heads could provide, and our sites are facing challenges never seen before. Yet, our expertise is absent as we continue to not be compensated for our jobs like the elementary schools and high schools. Elementary head teachers and high school department chairs are paid, and yet middle schools apparently don't warrant the same consideration when our jobs parallel each other. Our contract does not delineate between middle and high school department heads, yet lack of compensation is based on a past precedent. How is this equitable? You have been given numerous examples of tasks that middle school department heads do, from planning department meetings to setting up agendas, being the link to administration, ordering supplies, and helping to implement programs, just to name a few. Our focus is keeping unity and fostering positive relations within our departments. With distant learning, we are all fragmented, and not having the leadership of our department heads has prevented us from being stronger, cohesive units. We have been offered almost half of the hourly rate that high school department heads receive if we fill out a time card with only a maximum of 5 hours per month to be allowed. Why should we have to itemize our time when our duties are virtually identical? Why are we not worthy of the same compensation? Why would you allow this blatant disregard for us? I know, given the form of this, the amount of time I am limited to, and other pressing issues at hand, my questions are rhetorical. We wanted you to remember that we are still here, still fighting for what we believe in, and still trying to find equity in all of this. We implore you to do what is right, what is fair, and what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. We'll continue on with our board comments. Mr. Freitas.
Thank you, President Nava. I appreciate my board acknowledging all the hard work that went in towards the opening. So I'm not going to repeat everything said, but I definitely join in each and every one of their comments. And I know as a board, we are very, very disappointed, but we also are very, very aware of each and every individual's safety and how important it is to all of us. And I'd also like to wish everyone a very happy, healthy, safe, and isolated Thanksgiving break.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Mr. Heberly?
Thank you, Mr. Nava. I have 2 points. And the first one has been brought up several times. It's about us being back in purple. It is extremely disappointing, darn it. We were so close. We were hoping to get kids back. It just didn't quite work out. I too share a lot of the other folks' frustration that I hear. And it makes it much more difficult even when you hear about the inconsistencies of application of the lockdown rules. But it is what it is. That's not our rules. I have stated before, and I think it's worth stating again, is that there is a lot of collateral damage due to these lockdowns, especially for the children. And seeing as how we're in the business of children, it's especially difficult for us to realize just all the difficulties that this is causing. Let's face it, COVID is real. The damage that it's causing is also real, again, especially for children. And a lot can be said about this, but I'm not going to go any farther. Enough has been said. And I don't think I could say it any better than Ms. McFarland. Thank you to everybody that are employees. Thank you for the students for understanding as best you can. And the parents, huge thank you for picking up and making sure that your kids get the most that they can out of what is being provided for them. I have talked to some high school seniors, and they are concerned about, of all things, graduation. And I'm hoping that we can get ourselves back to some semblance of normalcy, and hopefully things will calm down so that we can get back in person, and also graduations for our seniors. Again, that's enough for that. My second point is, in the time where there is, it's difficult to find happiness and things that are going on. And that leads me to a tradition in Lodi, was the Parade of Lights that occurred in downtown Lodi every December. Well, that too has been canceled. And that has also, an alternate has been picked up by the Kiwanis Club of Greater Lodi. And it's going to be a drive-through light extravaganza. Instead of the floats full of lights moving down the street, the floats will be stationary, and you can drive through and see the different floats. And this will be at the Lodi Grape Festival at the grounds. So far, everything is on. That way people will be in their car, they'll be safe, and they'll still get the experience of holiday lights and Christmas lights and just really having a good time. And the event will be on Friday and Saturday, December 11th and 12th, Lodi Grape Festival. Treat yourself to a little happiness, and we'd love to see you out there. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Heberly. Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. Nava. I want to echo the comments of my fellow board members in appreciation for all the work that everyone's done in getting us back there. Susan, I think you said it. You said it the best, but with the possible exception of Mike Tyson. That was pretty good. We used to have something like that in the military, and you got the best plans, but when bullets start flying, everything kind of changes on you. I also want to congratulate my 3 fellow board members on their reelection. I'm excited about that. I am so happy you guys are going to be here for another 4 years. I know it seems like this past year has been 4 years. Anyway, so congratulations on that. I got to say something though about our teachers and the distant learning that's going on. You know, I'm a member of a couple of classrooms, and so I get the assignments and stuff like that. It's amazing the things that are going on, the ingenuity. Uh, a friend of mine, Micah Maroka, it's just it's just burning it up. I see that all the time, and I know that there are many teachers like that, many. So anyway, thank you guys for a fantastic job. Last thing I want to talk about, unfortunately, is COVID. Um, you know, the only way that we're going to get back to school, other than the vaccine, which would be 100%, which we don't have yet, we've got to wear the mask. We've got to do that. We've got to be careful. It's going to be tough. My wife and I have made the decision that, you know, we got 6 grandkids spread out all over the country. Thanksgiving and Christmas, we're at home. We're staying at home. We're not going to go out and do it. I'm not going to be part of that. I'd love to see. She was crying that she didn't get to go see the grandkids, but it was a decision that we made jointly on that. We're going to have to do that, guys. And we've got the biggest 2 holidays of the year coming up. We got to get through that. And, you know, eventually we're going to need to talk about when we are going to come back. Some people say, well, let's come back on January 4th. January 4th is right after that holiday. We probably need to wait just a little bit of time to see, you know, that COVID takes about 2 weeks. And then, you know, you get we'll see where we're at. So please, I hope you have a fantastic holiday, but please be careful. That's all I've got, Mr. Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Mr. Porter.
I'm gonna make mine short because everybody else has really covered in such great detail all the things that I feel. First of all, I want to talk about what I felt was very professional negotiations between LEA and our admin team. I thought they were conducted extremely well, with a lot of courtesy given to both sides. And even though our infection rate increased and we went back to purple, I found that to be very positive. And with the sharing of documents before they meet, to be another positive for a good collaboration between the 2 entities. Obviously, nobody gets everything they want, but I feel that we're on a good track there with LEA, and I'm sure they'll be happening with all our other groups. The other thing I want to talk to is the parents. I had to sit in on 2 PDs. I had to do 2 PDs, professional developments, over the weekend, and I had to do was about 4.5 hours of sit-in, and I needed a parent to keep me focused. I didn't have anybody there but my dog. I don't know how these parents are doing it. So hats off to the grandparents and parents and sisters and brothers who are keeping everybody focused. I can't imagine what it is to have a kindergarten at home. And I can't imagine trying to teach that. The second thing is the teachers. I tried to put together a distance learning for one class, biology class. It was pseudo, and then I imagined a week of that, and then I imagined 2 weeks of that, and the juggling that had to go on. You juggle anyway as a teacher. You have many balls in the air when you go into every classroom, or just if you're in elementary with 28 students, or you're a high school changing every period. And suddenly now with distance learning, we've asked you to not take on just a juggling act, but take on a juggling act that involves maybe 20, 30, 40 balls in the air. And you've got to keep them all excited. You have to have great hooks each period and keep them engaged. It's amazing. And then as I sat through this PD this weekend, mind was wandering off. The teachers were trying to keep us focused by breakout groups, videos, different things. And I realized that I was a lousy student. And So how these parents and teachers and students are doing it, I am just overwhelmed with their professionalism, and really our teachers. It's incredible what they do, and to think you have to do that, 5 days a week and put together these outstanding lesson plans. I don't know of one teacher that would rather be in the classroom than doing DL. DL is so much harder, and we're asking a lot of them. And so hats off to them, hats off to the parents, hats off to the teachers, our students. We are your advocate as a board. And finally, food services. You're always there. You're always doing the job, rain or shine. You don't get enough kudos, but my thanks to you as well. And, we got to keep plugging away here, but things will get better. We've got vaccines on the horizon. We have an MOU in place. I hope we'll be back into class soon. So good wishes and a happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Noah.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. My gosh, I wish I was 60 years old and I'd be back in high school and I would go to Bear Creek and sign up in Mrs. Wright's class because I do not know how to do any art whatsoever. Music, I can't even play the radio. And I did not have the opportunity to take advantage of those things when I was a youngster because of other things that interfered with what I had other responsibilities to do. So I missed all that. But now, if I was at this stage, at this time, boy, I would take advantage of all those things. Ms. Wright, thank you again for being so thorough on your presentation. And by God, art is great. Okay, I'm going to go. I can't be redundant because if I am, I'm going to be repeating a lot of things. Everybody on this board is very conscientious, professional, and they care about staff. They care about youngsters, most of all, staff, administrators, all the people that are involved, as custodians, bus drivers. I mean, I'm talking about the whole realm of education that's involved. Like I said, I've been in it for a long time, and I know that what it takes when you have that. I would not like to be a teacher at this time. Period. Okay, I thought Mr. Knaxat would cover this, Gary, but you missed it. But I'm going to go ahead and do it. It's a positive thing. Okay. Two of Lodi softball players signed a national letter of intent on Wednesday. Yep. Johanna Schroeder signed to play at Stanford University. She played shortstop for the Flames. Teammate Shelby Ketsagian also signed a letter to play softball at Bradley University. She played third base for the Flames. In Stockton, we had Tristan Buera from Bear Creek. She signed to play at Humboldt State. And Ashley Savannah Pyle or P.Y. Pye from Bear Creek signed to play at Alabama State. I mean, these are good things that are happening, even though we're in this pandemic and, they're already going to be graduates in 21 and signing a letter of intent. We also have Megan Wright, and she has an excellent, I Googled this one because she has an excellent video. If you're interested in checking out the video, what she does, she's from Bear Creek and she signed to play at McPherson College in Kansas. Those are great things that are happening. I'm sure that other sports, when the signing date comes, will have some more in this district. I can't say everything is positive, and I hope that it continue to stay positive. Again, it's very difficult times in this world that this thing is happening. We've never experienced that before as teachers, as parents, as members of society. So I'm hopefully that this pandemic will be over pretty soon and we'll go back to normal. I kind of feel for all your teachers, all your students, all the people that are actually in the area where you have students that are difficult times in their parents that are working somewhere out there and they're not home. They're not able to help them. I see some of those cases. And then I see also people that are at home, they're focused because they want their kids to do it and they can afford to do that. Some people can't do that, but just wish them the best. And all of you have a happy and safe Thanksgiving. I think every day is a Thanksgiving for me, but we have a special day to celebrate here in November. Okay. Now we have comments from student representatives. Emma Glanville from Bear Creek High School. Are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Emma, at the floor.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board. To start with activities and programs we've done in the past month or few weeks, to be more precise. We held a canned food drive last week for a whole school week. We took food and money donations at the front office, and it was actually a huge success. We got a ton of donations, and at the end of the food drive, one lady donated just a surplus of things. So that was really, really cool. We held an online Halloween costume contest where students could submit pictures of their costumes. And we also held an artist appreciation week where student artists could submit pictures of their art and we would promote it on our Spirit page. This was actually really nice to see that students are staying connected with the school and with student government and the activities we're doing through our Instagram and Twitter pages. So it's really nice to know that students are still finding an outlet to make that connection with school. And then we have a Spirit Week planned for next week where people will submit things such as their favorite songs, movies, holiday activities, non-holiday related activities, because not everybody celebrates the traditional holidays. So, you got to recognize all of that. In student government, we've just been doing our regular ASP meetings. We've been holding small community service events like the canned food drive, for example. Our main goal right now is still focusing on the school, and we're noticing that students are becoming more connected, and that's really a good success for us. So it's nice to see. And then our clubs are still working on practicing for our international rally in hopes that we would be able to have it. There's meetings being held and practices being held virtually just in hopes to keep people's spirits up. And other than that, I would just like to say it was really nice to hear from Miss Wright tonight. It was really exciting to hear her voice and hear how she's doing with her classes. And it was also really nice to hear about all the scholarships that got signed from Bear Creek. I didn't even know about that until now. But other than that, that's what I have.
Thank you, Emma. I'm sure you guys are doing some fun things in these trying times.
Oh, we're trying, yes.
Oh, you are. I'm sure you are. We'll go to Haley Escorpizo from Ronald McNair. Haley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So throughout November, or at least last month, we've done a couple of events throughout school. Last week, our very own esports gaming team, they participated in a stream on Twitch against a competition with Lodi High and just played a bunch of different video games. And some of those students that participated were Isaac Yang, Jong Nguyen, Matthew Zong, Alvin Satan, and Richard Chip Polk. And then for our Link crew, they've been actually doing a lot of different events throughout last month for our freshmen. One of them was create your own album cover, where freshmen were given the opportunity to pretty much express themselves through their own creation of an album cover through like graphic designs, paintings, or drawings, or really whatever they could think of. And then the winner would receive a $50 gift card. And they also are planning to do a Discord game night on November 25th, where freshmen are also able to just hang out with their friends and participate in a bunch of different games through a Discord channel, and yeah, just spend time with their friends. And for our student government, we started a new kind of tradition for this year called Eagle Spotlight. And pretty much we would nominate or find a bunch of students and staff because we want to start being more inclusive of our entire school environment and not just our students, because we know at this time or at these times there's a lot of people that are just struggling and need to be recognized. So what we did was pick a bunch of random students and staff to pretty much spotlight on our social media pages, and we would ask them like, oh, what are some fun facts about yourselves and what are some things you're grateful for, because this month is November and it's Thanksgiving coming up. So we've been doing that, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Haley, you're doing some great things out there. I like that spotlight because when I was in high school, I knew I'd like to be in a lot of things, and if you spotlighted me, I'd be the happiest guy in the whole world, even though happiness, okay? But thanks again for your reports, both of you. Stay tuned, don't leave us. We have some reports to come up with. Turned it off as soon as I stopped talking. Sorry about that, Mr. Khan. You have your will provide an update on the 2020-2021 budget. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Are y'all going to run the Excel, or do you? Probably going to have to make it a little bigger. Well, in this demonstration, what's really necessary is that the board focus and the community focus on the blue bars. So a little background on this chart. This is the board's 45-day adopted, or the 45-day revision to its adopted budget. The board did pass this item in August. Deja, the actual bar chart's really the most important thing. So this is just a scenario whereby the board can actually visually see what will happen to its ending fund balance. This is really I hear a lot of comment about ending fund balances right now, and that's true. There's no but the real issue here is becoming structural. Now, revenue is going to decline primarily because enrollments decline. So Mr. Neely, Ms. McFarland, and Mr. Freitas may recall from the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee meetings, the fiscal director and myself have spent very little time budget or the state and the whole CARES issue, focused almost entirely on decline, which from the end of the 18-19 year till now is 12 across the board. Now, this year and last year, the district was protected by the state. Again, at this point, we believe that will end starting. So this issue will have to be addressed. Also, I'll say it in this language. The state's financial condition is getting markedly less bad, even though it's still. Back in the springtime, there were projections that the state revenue shortfall could reach 10%. Right now, those projections are -3% to -5%, which is a lot better than -10%. The deferrals, worst case back in the spring, could have reached 120 million. Right now, we think the deferral, and I will add that we will provide more at the board's December 15th meeting with the first interim report, and then of course shortly after the governor's budget comes out as well in January. So information will be coming online quickly, but we reckon currently that the deferrals will reach somewhere between negative 35 million, negative 50 million for this school year. So I'd like to thank Director Controller Juarez for all of her hard work. She's just gotten through a $10 million Measure L sale, and now she's going immediately into a trans to borrow money. All the board chooses to do so, and then again, there's a Measure U sale. So we've kept her busy on the funding end of the district. But DJ, if you can put the cursor in the cell that next to the enrollment decline where the number is 869. I still need to see the bar chart. But just to the left of the bar chart is a blue text that says enrollment decline. If you just click on the 869 and leave the cursor in that cell. Now, a moment ago, I mentioned that from end of 1819 to current year or present, the district's down 1,200 in enrollment. I've got 869 here. That is because there's already 331 enrollment decline in the 45-day revised adopted budget. And then down below that, you'll see 23 million in the 45-day revised adopted budget. We had CARES Act money or CARES Act revenue. We had no CARES Act. How we do? We believe we will fully spend out the board's resource 3220, which is roughly $23 million, and that's got to come out as well. The red line is where the red bars are the board's ending fund balance at the 45-day revision adoption. So just the reduction in enrollment and the expenditure of that CARES money, which if we didn't spend it would have been removed, or we would have had to return it on after December 31st. That's the board's ending fund balance in the third out year is approximately 11-12%. That's a comfortable area for the board. Gives the board a lot of flexibility. DJ, can you go to the cell right below 869 and enter 0.03? So if the state budget cut in future years does reach 3%, okay. I click share. Can you see the bar chart? Okay. All right, so right below 869, we entered this cell into the calculation for potential state budget cuts. So if I enter 3%, talk about COLA. If we use the 1920 COLA at 3.26%, starting into uncharted territory for this district. The board should note that the purple line above is roughly 17% of the ending fund balance at 45-day revision in August. That 17% is the government finance officers' minimum suggested reserve in the COVID period. The green line is the Ed Code statutory reserve that the board must hold. So providing COLA on an ongoing basis for the 1 year 1920 takes the board below its statutory requirements. So again, the issue is the issue at this moment is almost entirely the decline in enrollment. We've put a calculation in here, not as a suggestion, but just as a grounding level to give the board some idea of what this means in terms of its teaching FTEs. So in order to get the ending fund balance after these scenarios are input back up to the minimum reserve, that would equal approximately 150 FTE, 125 teacher FTEs. That takes it down to almost bare minimum. If the board wishes to get back up to, say, an 11%, that's almost 400 FTE teaching positions. And the only way that could happen is for class sizes to go up. This exercise is hopefully been successful in pointing out that there is a structural issue related to the revenue that the board will receive versus its current level of staffing entirely because of the decline go down in staffing to adjust to the current level of enrollment. The good news is the board does have substantial one-time reserves. We believe the board at first interim is also going to see an extra $2 million of ending fund balance that fell out in the spring quarter. The district just ground to the halt in March. $20 million. That is one-time money, but it's but the board's substantial reserves we've presented to the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee as a way out of this, to progressively reduce staffing over a multi-year period based on attrition alone. In 5-6 years, the board could probably get to 50 to 60% of this 400 number without any layoffs. So again, I'll leave it at this for now. I'm happy to take any questions. But as we get into first interim and the governor's budget, staff will be discussing more the steps that we'll need to take to readjust this structural issue that's really developed in the last 2 years. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Khan, Mr. Porter, you have any comments or questions?
Mr. Khan, you mentioned we're 1,100 students down?
Approximately 1,200 students, Mr. Porter.
And do we have any idea where those students went?
Anecdotally, they're certainly leaving the state.
Are some going to charter schools, some going to private schools?
I don't see a lot of that, but I don't get real time on charter school and private school enrollment. We get our information off of DataQuest, which is really the CalPADS date, what used to be known as the old census date.
Well, I remember when I was working at Tokay, when a kid checked out, we usually knew where they were going.
If they leave the district and enroll somewhere else in California, we can see it almost immediately now.
Okay, so
CalPADS
do we have that information available?
I don't have it here with me tonight.
Okay.
I will point also, we have had the discussion of the birth rates, not California birth rates, not national, but global birth rates. Fertility rates for women of childbearing ages have been on a massive decline for several decades now, and it's not stopping. It's even worse now. And on the business services website, we do graph all of our enrollment versus our median over 3 years and versus the prior year. And our biggest cohorts are in 9 to 12 right now.
Well, where were your biggest declines?
K to 6.
Okay. Now, my next question is, you brought up the word TRAN. That's a loan, correct?
It's a short-term loan, less than a year. Yes, sir.
And we were taking a TRAN?
I think I don't know yet what our recommendation will be. We are applying for both the charter school TRAN, that's the statewide TRAN that they're doing through the Charter School Finance Authority. And we're also applying for the CSBA TRAN. Neither of these applications hold the board to actually engaging in the loan.
So you're just preparing yourself if
yes,
you need
sir.
them. What's the interest rate on those?
We just sold bonds to the marketplace with a 5-year maturity at 0.18. This will be less than a 12-month maturity. I can't imagine it being much more than that.
I figured it'd be low. Now, my last question, because I get inundated with emails, people talking to me, and maybe you can explain this to me, is on 2019, 2020, supposedly, we've got COLA 3.2. We received 3.2 for COLA. Is that correct?
For that year, we did. With deferrals this year, I'll leave it to anybody's opinion as to whether we really received it.
So in essence, then I could explain to them that was kind of scooped back up through deferrals. That money was then lost.
That's
not
correct.
Lost, but taken.
Mm-hmm. And then further, if there is some type of budgetary cut in future years to address the state's revenue shortfall, then for all intents and purposes, it's taken back completely.
So this idea of COLA is kind of mute because the money's not really there. It was taken from us through deferrals. You know, I give it with one hand, but I take it with another. Is that correct?
I would agree with that statement wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Ms. McFarland? Comments? Mr. Knaxek? Gary?
Okay, thank you. Find the mute button again. I'm not sure if I heard this right, but I think I was happy to hear that we are going to be able to survive this financial quagmire by not having to have any staff reductions. Is that correct?
That is the idea that the Director of Fiscal Services and myself have been presenting at SBAC. Mathematically, it's possible.
Okay, so that's the piece of good news. I want to mention that. So that's good, because I hate to see people not be around because of things not even our fault. Okay, thank you for your report.
Thank you, Mr. Knaxek. Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. Nava. You know, Mr. Connors, of course, one of the big reasons we're in the state's in a financial bind is because of COVID. And as I look at the charts, as the COVID continues to, number of cases continue to rise, to be followed by hospitalizations, and then unfortunately, there'll be a spike in deaths as well. What is your feeling of the impact on the state budget on that? I mean, I know you put 0.3, but I see all these. That's actually a reduction from the 10% before.
Mm-hmm.
And then now we see this going up. Do you still expect it to go to 3%, or?
Well, the range that we've heard talked about is 3% to 5%. I think it could be that bad, but also in the back of my mind, I really believe the vaccines that we've heard about, the Moderna and the Pfizer, I'm told AstraZeneca is not far behind either. That could be a watershed event. The big question is whether the types of jobs that were lost throughout this ever fully get restored. I'm not so sure that behavior would just snap back as it has. But if you look in the securities markets right now, the old pre-COVID economy stocks and equities are starting to do a lot better, and the newfangled COVID stocks are not performing as well. That sample size is like 2 weeks old, so it's it's hard to draw any long-term conclusions from it, but the vaccines seem to have given the markets hope that some regularity would be restored sometime soon.
Very good. Thank you very much. That's all I've got, Mr. Nava. Thank you.
Mr. Heberly.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Mr. Khan, I just wanted to mention it again that there is a difference between a deferral and a cut. And I think you already answered that with Mr. Porter's questions, is that the deferral means is that they're just going to hold the money and give it to you later.
Hopefully.
Cut means that it's gone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how nice that would be is if you could say to your mortgage bank, you know, I'm going to defer this. You guys sort it out. Well, that's what's happening. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And so even though even though there is a cut, there might be something down the line, which the last deferrals took quite a while to get back. And we have to survive in the meantime. And that's kind of the whole key to this is through projections and forecasts and so forth. You know, we've got to try to survive this. And there are some real things at play here that could drastically affect the financial situation of the district. So I thought it was a very good report. Thank you so much.
Really, Mr. Freitas? I'd like to thank the committee, the budget committee, for being involved in this, and I have no comments for it. Do we have any student comments? Emma? Student comments?
No comment.
Okay, how about Haley? Haley?
Good dead, Joe.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Nava, I have
Yes,
a quick question, a comment.
Yes.
I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but when we get these presentations, I can't read them. I can read them at home, but when I come here, I can't read them. And I would be nice. I tried printing some of them out, but my printer's not built for the majority of paper that we need. It would be nice if staff could put these items here for us to look at while Mr. Khan's presenting, because this is ridiculous. They're trying to blow it up. We're looking at one side. I'm not very smart, but I'd like to have it in front of me blowing up so I can see it. Do you think, Mr. Nava, that would be something staff could do for the board?
I think Dr. Washer is writing something down that she'll have those for us for the next
That's
meeting.
just me talking. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but
you know,
yeah, well, you know, I'm from the Bay Area. It happens. But I really would like to give Mr. Khan enough time to. Yeah. 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 Just give me a number. So could we get that printed out? You will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. We have Ms. Armstrong. Do we have any public comments?
No public comments on this report.
Okay, we're finished. Thank you, Mr. Codd, for your report. Let's go with the next one. You have attendance and enrollment trends in Lodi Unified School District.
Thank you, President Nava,
Yes.
members of the board, Dr. Washer. This was a report that was requested by member Neely. We did add an additional document to this report. Several members said they would prefer a table rather than the graphs. So that's the table is actually the second attachment down. The attachment that I think that speaks best to me is the fourth attachment down. Are they still seeing my screen? Okay. Okay.
This is too complicated, but he's right about doing it.
Yeah. 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 Yes. Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand that. I do that. But you know, this thing that goes up and down and all that kind, like I don't get thrilled. I was not an art student, so that doesn't thrill me. Okay.
So I don't want to speak for Mr. Neely. This was his request, but my understanding was that Mr. Neely wanted to see how much ADA we were losing because of COVID.
He doesn't remember.
ADA was
well, you're just on a roll tonight, aren't you? Look, what I'm curious about is that the decline in enrollment, how it intersects with the distant learning. Did we lose more because of the distant learning? And also on the distant learning, how are we actually doing on the ADA on that?
Well, I can answer the second question. I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to answer the first, but I think Mr. Porter's question about where they're going we might be able to see something in the CalPADS reports. But if you look at the line chart, is this visible? No. The goldenrod are the board's other schools, the continuations, the alternative schools. There's a visible spike in ADA loss. A higher number means more ADA is lost. Although going back in the regression, this is a pretty volatile data series anyways. So the actual decline in ADA for other schools wasn't even near as bad as the mid 1920 and the 1718 spikes. The sort of rust colored line are the district's middle schools. That is a noticeable decline in ADA during the COVID period. The blue line is the elementary line. I would also argue that's a noticeable decline in ADA. The gray line are your high schools. This is almost 10,000 kids, and it looks pretty good. Actually, you've improved. So.
Okay. What are the schools you're talking about? Are continuation schools, you said?
The goldenrod or what are often referred to as other schools, your continuation schools, your independent studies, that type of thing.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Mr. Herbert, any comments? Okay, Mr. Freitas? Mr. Porter? Mr. Konakzak, any comments?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Oops, okay. No comments. Then we have any, Ms. Armstrong, we have any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay. Then we'll finish with this page on the reports. We have the review for excellence in teaching, ARBIT report, Dr. Washer.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, members of the board. We have our ARBIT committee that would like to share with you what they've been working on and what their future plans are. The co-chairs for the ARBIT are Aaron Church and Colleen Guidi, so I will turn it over to them to give you the presentation.
Good evening, Dr. Washer, President Nava, and members of the board. The Review Board for Excellence in Teaching is very pleased to be here tonight, and we thank you for this opportunity. I'm Erin Church, and I'm the principal at Larson Elementary School. Colleen Guidi teaches second grade at Oakwood Elementary, and together we do have the privilege of serving as co-chairs for the ARBET committee during this school year. Our committee is comprised of an even number of district administrators and teachers from all levels across our district. A small group of us will be presenting the work we've accomplished over the past 3.5 years and share with you our goals as we move forward. At the conclusion of our presentation, we will all be here for responding to any questions that you might have. And the bit.ly that is embedded in this title slide is active and in the process of being added to our website if anybody wanted to refer to it later. Melissa Shepard has been a member of ARBET since the very beginning, and she will begin our presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Dr. Washer, President Nava, and members of the board. I'm pleased to be here tonight to talk to you about what ARBET has been working on, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. Why ARBET? As you probably all know, we are in the middle of a teacher shortage as well as a pandemic. ARBET is the answer. Our amazing teacher specialists are here to help. They are experts in their area of specialty and have been delivering training in all areas. As we have moved to a virtual classroom, they have also adapted through the virtual environment and have been able to allow even more teachers to access these trainings virtually. ARBET continues to be committed to recruiting our very best teachers to these positions and allowing our teacher specialists to shine. According to our ARBET MOU, the committee had 4 initial tasks to complete. Our first task was to choose a new online professional development platform, which is ASCD. This platform is aligned with the CSTPs, or the California Standards for the Teaching Profession. This is a document for teachers that lays out the standards of teaching for professional educators and gives teachers a common language on how to further develop their practice. We have also created an individualized professional development handbook, a new teacher evaluation system. Both of these also align with the CSTPs. Finally, the committee has hired teacher specialists, and in the past few weeks, we have also interviewed candidates for the model and master teacher positions as well. I'm now going to turn our presentation over to Mr. Auerbach, and he will continue. Thank you.
Adam, it looks like you're self-muted.
Right. Good evening, Dr. Washer, President Nava, members of the board. I'd like to walk you through just the next couple of slides for a minute and talk to you about how the ARBET has benefited both students, teachers, and our school district. First and foremost, if you take a look at the graphic, again, I won't read my way through it, but there are so many different things you'll see highlighted among all 3 categories. First and foremost, I'm drawn to the top is the highly trained teachers. ARBET is simply an opportunity for us to work within Lodi Unified from the great teachers we have working already here to provide professional development to our colleagues and peers. We're doing that currently during our distance learning period through Zoom, and we hope to continue that as we're learning a lot of 21st century skills during this pandemic. But I want to speak to many professional practices that we already have going for us. As it is, our team, comprised of both site administrators and teachers, have worked hard to be able to create this platform wherein we can mentor one another and learn from one another. And I can tell you, having been a member of this team for the last couple of years, I learned exponentially more than I've ever had in my entire career from the teachers and other administrators I hadn't ever worked with before, being able to share growth mindset with one another and figure out how we can better our students and better our teachers in process. There's a lot here I'd encourage you to take a look at when you have another opportunity. Our next slide, if you take a look with me, there's an embedded video. I'd encourage you in your own time to take a look if you haven't already, like just about a 3.5-minute video. It showcases some of our teacher specialists that we hired just over a year ago. As Melissa mentioned recently, we have completed interviews just over the last couple of weeks for model and master teachers. We're very excited for those folks to start working with both some of our teachers who are in need of improvement and modeling opportunities for our teachers just looking for additional professional development within the district. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time to Mr. Carlos Villafana.
Good evening, Dr. Washer, President Nava, and members of the board. Thank you so much for this time. As Adam stated, just want to make sure and highlight some of the areas that we've covered. I'm a newer member to this committee, and as part of Lodi Unified since I was a student and then a teacher, and now as an administrator, it's exciting for me to be part of this. And as you can see by the slide, it's a process where we continue to try to make growth in the areas of, especially with the topics here, the individual professional development, teacher evaluation. And I don't want to read the slides to you, but I think what's really, really important is that for our district, we're striving to make it better for everyone, our teachers, our students, and ultimately those that are going to move on from here. And so, again, I really appreciate the time, and I know that as Colleen continues with the slides, you'll get a little more information as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Washer and board. As we move on, moving forward for RBET, if we could go down the slides just a little bit. Moving forward, our path for RBET is to continue to work on our teacher evaluations. We currently have a pilot that's in its second year, works with 8 schools that represent elementary, middle, and high school. After year 3 of this pilot is completed, our task will be to analyze all of the data from this pilot so that we can continue to refine our evaluation process. Our goal is to provide a user-friendly platform that gives effective CSTP feedback to teachers district-wide and to provide ongoing PD that will calibrate the process for all of our administrators. We're also focused on our teacher career pathways, and we'd like to add more teacher specialists, model, and master teacher positions so that every site in Lodi Unified has equitable access to these educators that showcase the best practices and innovative teaching techniques. Once these positions are fully implemented, 2 things can happen. 1, our teachers will have more consistent access to specialized experts, which, by the way, we're pretty awesome, and we have a lot of them already here in Lodi Unified. And 2, administrators will be able to work with these experts to plan and implement site-specific PDs that will meet our individual student needs. I'm going to pass the baton to Ms. Jen Castle.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Washer, President Nava, members of the board. Thank you for having us here tonight. If we could advance the slide to my very favorite slide, the next one. the people who made it happen. A few of the ARBET members have already spoken to kind of the magic behind this committee. And that is the incredible broad range of people that have come together to problem solve for the district. And it's a really cool setup. We have half of the committee is administrators, half teachers. I know those lists look a little imbalanced there, but the administrators have cycled out, some have retired. But we are 50-50 committee. And it's a really interesting kind of think tank environment where all sorts of great ideas are being handed around and shared. And I know Adam spoke to this and Aaron spoke to it at the very beginning, that that's been one of the most powerful aspects of this, the makeup of the committee itself. So that's, this slide kind of shows you who's been involved over the last 3.5 years. The next slide acknowledges that we know that there's work still to be done. We are very interested in building visibility within the district. That's why we're here tonight. We've already presented to LEA, and we are aware that there needs to be greater visibility of this program. We are very, very interested in identifying more teacher specialists, more model teachers, more master teachers. We know they're out there, and several other people have spoken to this. This concept that we have expertise within our ranks is very exciting, and we want to continue identifying those people and connecting them with teachers who are looking for support. So it's a great concept. We've done a lot of great work, but we know that there are still steps to move forward and things to accomplish, and we're very excited about that future. The very next slide asks if you have any questions, and I know that my other committee members are standing by. We can hardly wait to answer your questions if you have any.
Thank you, Jan. Board members, Mr. Freitas, you have any questions for this committee?
I'd like to thank the presenters and all the members of the ARBET committee for their hard work. And this is a very nice presentation, and we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Mr. Heberly?
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Just like the last update that we had when we were in a room at Lincoln Tech, was it? I think so. Yeah, Lincoln Tech. I was really impressed by the excitement of the teachers and administrators to get this going and to try to determine the pathway and how this is all going to unfold. Same thing tonight. I see this coming on the horizon as building and really making a difference. And, you know, we'll just have to keep plugging at it and make sure that we refine it and expand it. And like you said, you're looking for more teachers to fit those positions. So, and also just in the graphics of the report, very well laid out, very understandable, very readable. So both the presentation and the committee work greatly appreciated, and good luck continuing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heberly. Mr. Kanaxak.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Well, I think this is a real valuable program, but I am kind of curious, what kind of response do you get from run-of-the-mill classroom teachers? I mean, do they contact you, or are you hey, you know, I know this, I can help you?
The program is designed to kind of work both ways. Teachers can self-select professional development, and that's what's predominantly been happening with the teacher specialists. But those other two positions that we've added, the model and the master teacher, and those are recent additions, those people work more closely with administrators. So it's designed to be able to reach as many participants as it needs to, really.
And does in fact it reach those participants? There's probably, I would imagine, a lot of teachers that probably it'd be valuable to have that information and help, but don't make the effort to seek it out.
Well, one interesting answer to that lies in the evaluation system that we're piloting. It's designed to lead into professional development that could help teachers work on goals that they designate in that new platform. So there's better, it's our hope at least, that there are better discussions happening between administrators and teachers to identify real goals, like real important, not just, token goals, but meaningful goals. And then the evaluation will help reveal growth toward those goals. There's professional development that's available to address those goals too. So it's designed to be a whole system, like an organizational system to build a stronger district.
And kind of piggybacking off of what Jen was saying, the platform ASCD also has the capabilities that, if I'm going through my evaluation with my administrator, let's say I need to work on CSTP4. Eventually, it has the capability to hyperlink to different PDs, whether they were recorded from people in our district or a bank of PDs that specifically address that standard that I want to work on as an educator.
And then I have one more thing to add. A number of you taught for the district, right? So for years and years, we used really old forms that weren't connected to the California standards for the teaching profession. And those evaluations listed either satisfactory or unsatisfactory. And it really didn't tell a teacher a whole lot, And if you're, I'm an AP teacher, I think I'm kind of an AP girl still, and I want that A+, right? So our evaluation system has really pushed teachers to consider quality in their instruction. And it's not just, hey, am I good enough? It's, am I growing? Am I getting better? Am I reaching for those goals? It's become a different emphasis, and that could lead to much more comprehensive instruction.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connect. Mr. Porter.
Yes, my questions are for Ms. Church. Is that correct? Ms. Church, my feeling about ARBET, and I think it's an incredible tool, but it's all about student learning, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
And the goal of that is that we use evaluations of teachers. Now, if I'm incorrect in my summary of what I've read, we use evaluations of teachers to foster them to go to your ASCB site and look for areas where maybe the administrators would point out, hey, this will help you with delivery or discipline or content or a variety of things. Is that correct?
That would be one way of assisting and supporting our teachers. Yes.
Through the ASB. Now the second thing is, so we're all about student learning is our main goal, and that's the goal of this whole entire board. So the evaluations of teachers. Now tell me about the handbook. You call that the IPD, is that correct?
Yes.
Now what does that handbook include?
It outlines ways that teachers can get professional development that would assist them aside from the traditional ways of paying for classes through a university. Many of our young teachers are looking for ways that they can develop professionally, and they don't have the financial resources to do that. So many districts have adopted ways to support their newer teachers that then provide units that are available to them only in that district. It assists with supporting and developing our teachers and then retaining our teachers as well, because those units are not granted in outside of the district that they are given.
Now, Ms. Church, is this handbook developed by professionals in our district?
It was developed,
we-
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, as we put it together in an aggregate fashion, are we pulling from different districts, different materials? Are we pushing out what our professionals have done? So it's a place for teachers to go and reference and use. I mean, is it a handbook that is designed to provide hours to improve PD? I'm trying to get a feel for how that handbook was put together.
I would not be an appropriate person to consult on how it was put together because I am the way the RBET committee is comprised. It's administrators and teachers move in and out of it on terms, and I was not part of the committee when they developed that. So there are people in this meeting who presented who could speak to that. Our teachers, I know, were part of it.
I was on that subcommittee, and I can tell you it was Neil Young, Dave Hurley, Pat White, and I helped write that handbook.
So the handbook is a place for teachers to get PD. Is that correct?
The handbook is kind of a guide to PD within this district. And how Aaron described it was accurate. Yeah.
So it'd be a place where a teacher could develop their career paths. Is that correct?
Develop goals and mostly it's linked where to go for different professional development opportunities. And Aaron's right. A lot of those were outside of just the normal university experience.
I got you. Very good. Now, Ms. Church, the platform that we're using, was that bought for and by the district, the ASCD?
I believe so. I'm not sure exactly where we are with that. I know that the teachers would like more exposure for it and better promotion of that.
So if I were to go on and go to this platform, what would I see there? How much stuff?
I can speak to that. Hi, Melissa Shepard. I was on the committee that looked at a bunch of different programs, and we chose ASCD. The district has purchased it. It is available for teachers. The RBET committee would like to see it rolled out in a way that teachers are trained in how to use the program and how to access those things. However, if you were to go to that, you could find a variety of videos and modules that are all referenced back to the CSTPs so that it's all linked to everything else that the committee has done as well.
Okay, very good. Now I have a couple more questions. Ms. Church, you're Mr. Arbeck. Let's go to Mr. Arbeck, since he was my vice principal when I was at Tokay. Mr. Arbeck, let's say that I get a needs to improve evaluation by you. Where does the teacher specialist, the model teacher, master teacher fit in that? Do you refer me to them, or is it a collaborative thing with you and them? I'm confused on their role in helping teachers get better.
Sure. And great question, because especially here we have the idea is that we have a model teacher at every site with over 20 teachers. And so if you and I were still at Tokay and we're having this conversation, I'm going to refer you to work with our model teacher who's on site. If you're who's smaller than that, obviously an elementary will connect with the model teacher that's serving our school locally and look for opportunities to develop within the lessons that he or she is providing. So there's multiple resources here. The idea is that we have master teachers who are able to host workshops for teachers, somewhat similar to what we do with our Learn Strong, Teach Strong conference in the summer. Our teacher specialists have hosted some of those courses thus far as well. But between the IP handbook, which will include opportunities for teachers to choose between lessons done by teacher specialists and then both by model and master teachers, where you and I would be connecting on what's going to work best based on different content areas being provided. And hire teacher specialists. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Arbeck, where does, is it TIP now? It was PIP, it's TIP now. Where does that fit into this? Is it TIP now? I can never remember.
It is DIP. It is DIP.
Right.
And so Dr. Sully is had overseen TIP in his former position, and now he's functioning within curriculum, so he still oversees that component. We also have a program coordinator, Jen Tillett, who was recently hired to oversee what some of the work is that we're doing with RBET in being able to provide all these things, the different components we have going. She's coordinating between all of our teacher specialists, master and model teachers too.
Okay, so
we'll refer underneath Robert Sully back and forth.
I got you. Okay, now as someone who sat through Ruby Payne and a bunch of motivational speakers through my 38 years of teaching, I'm really inspired by what you've have done as both administrators and teachers. Now, Ms. Church, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Do you think that this collaborative way that you approach this problem with teachers and administrator, and this is part of my main goal, becoming a board member, do you think it's theoretically a great way to do a lot of problem solving on campus?
What problem are you referring to?
Oh, that's a great question. Now, let's say truancy. Let's say concurrent grading. Let's say that what else could I think of? How we deal with homelessness, things like that. I think it's a great way to solve problems that maybe just your school has a plethora of, bringing in teachers and admin to work on them.
I think that collaborative efforts between teachers and administrators will always result in better solutions. So absolutely, regardless of what specific problem is, I think that great minds can come together and come up with great solutions to those.
Okay, I like to hear that. I'd like to see more site-based decision making. Now, my last question, because I've been taking a majority of the time, I think this is a very valuable tool that you guys have put together that we need to implement right away. But I also would like to see it. Can we use this as a guideline for evaluation of administrators? Can we use it for a way to evaluate custodians? Our food service as a way for them to grow and get better within each position? Because isn't that what it's all about? It's not about mediocrity. It's about trying to get better and maybe move on to another position or get better within the position that you have. So, Ms. Church, I'm asking you this question theoretically. Can you see this in an outline fashion being a way to use district-wide for all people? Because right now, I have no idea how administrators are evaluated. I have no idea how custodians are evaluated. I have no idea, but we sure know how teachers are evaluated.
Absolutely. I think that the more precise feedback that any employee can receive, more targeted feedback, as well as suggestions for improvement, will always result in a better outcome, or should anyway. So I definitely think that an overhaul of evaluations would benefit everybody. That's of course something that would need to be negotiated.
Yeah, everything's got to be negotiated. Now, I want to thank you for your time, Ms. Church. I didn't mean to pick on you, but your name came up first that I wrote down, and I thought I'd just go with you. And I didn't want to pick on Adam because I've known him from a long time, so I thought I'd pick on you because I haven't met you before.
Mr. Porter, you can come by Larson School anytime. You are welcome to come and meet with me, and we will chat anytime you'd like.
You know what? I will be glad to do that. We'll wear masks and socially distance, and I have thousands of questions, but you sound like the type of administrator that we love to have in our district, and I'm sure that you are doing a wonderful job. But I will take you up on that. So now you're in trouble. But thank you.
I love my job, and I love Lodi Unified.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you, and thank you for everybody that's on the line. I'm sure I've taken too much time. There are other board members like to think in. Mr. Nava, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. You would be a great member of this RBET committee if you weren't on a board, Mr. Porter. You have a lot of quality stuff that you're asking. No, that's conflict of interest. Conflict of interest there. Mr. Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. first of all, big thank you to everybody. And the RBED has been around now for a while, and it just continues to grow and just continues to produce. And earlier this year, I spoke to the two co-chairs, and I was so happy to hear their enthusiasm, and I love to see everybody's enthusiasm tonight. You guys are doing a fantastic job. I'm going to take these just a couple at a time here. Let's get going. The evaluation is in a pilot stage, I believe. Are we still calling this a pilot stage?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay, when are we going to be done with that pilot?
We are currently in year 2, and it's a 3-year pilot of 8 schools.
Okay, can other schools opt in at any time if they want?
I don't know that that is a possibility. I'm not sure about the specifics of the MOU.
Okay.
That I'm not. I'm not sure if that would have to be negotiated or not.
Yeah.
As far as that goes.
Okay. All right. I want to let you know I agree with you on the IPD. It was too bad we could not get that through. I'd like to see us work on that again. But I'd like to go back to the part where you talked about more recognition for the RBED, getting the word out there and all that. I believe, Colleen, was it you that was speaking about that?
Perhaps. Ask away.
All right. All right. Here's the point. I totally agree. Look, this is something that's kind of special. And when you market a product, you look for something special. And we need to market Lodi Unified in order to, for a number of reasons, but one reason is to stem the decline in students. We need to market this to our teachers, and we need to market it so that potential teachers can see it. We need to get this word out. And I'm going to suggest, I don't know, have you got anything, a presence on our district website right now? Anybody?
Well, we have managed this year to get our teacher specialist added to an easier place on the website so that teachers can find them. Our teacher specialists are in the process of doing their own web pages as well. And so, yes, they definitely have a presence. And I think they're making a great impact with as many as 58 people showing up for each one of their trainings now that they're doing them virtually.
That's great. That's great. What about if we, Dr. Washer, if we lent some expertise from our technology department and help the RBET team develop a really great web presence on our district site? Is that something we could work on?
Absolutely. They did have an expert on the RBET for quite some time with Charles Taylor, who served, as I think their go-to person. Unfortunately, he has left the district on to other things. But yes, we could definitely fill that gap.
I'd like to see that start happening because, like I say, there is so much good about this that's going on. We need to get the word out to everybody, and one way of doing it is on the website. Thank you guys so much for everything, and I look forward to your next report. Thank you, Ms. Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Just to sum it up a little bit, I know that my pet peeve was always evaluation. I was truly, for many years, evaluated by just a person that come in, a VP coming in and looking at my class and telling me beforehand that he's coming in or she's coming in. I didn't like that. I wanted a person to come in there, stay until my lesson was complete. But I see that you are making some this pilot program for 3 years. I hope that you come out with something concrete in evaluation for teachers. It's a real needed tool for improvement. A lot of things that happen, and I know that the administrators right now, as I understand, are evaluated by the two gentlemen over here that are vice principal, superintendent, assistant superintendents of secondary and elementary. So we have that going. But again, I want to tell you that this committee has, I thought it was gone. then all of a sudden you're coming back and you have some enthusiasm, which is great. I know that you have some excellent people. Like I was listening to Mr. Heberly, and we had that at the Liberty, not Liberty, but at Lincoln Tech, your presentation. And I know that some of the people that were there are gone. For example, I know you have to replace Charles Taylor and you have to replace Dave Hurley. Dave Hurley has retired. But the rest of you people that are on this committee are excellent. You're knowledgeable about the things that you want to accomplish, and you have a goal. You have a visibility of the program. That's what Jan said. So I like that term, visibility on this program. We need some visibility on this program. So again, good work, committee, and we will continue on. Before
Mr. Nava,
yes,
like a point here. Mr. Nava, is it possible to get a monthly report on Arbit and how it's doing? Quick synopsis, because I felt like we got lost in the shuffle. It just got kind of, I don't know where it went. I'm sure the people were working hard, but then the powers that be, somehow we didn't hear anything about it. I know everybody on this board likes Arbit, likes what it's doing. We're all on board with it. I think it's important we get a monthly report, and then that way we can keep, I hate to use this word, the foot on the back a little bit to keep it moving forward. And if the handbook is a problem, let's work through it. But the only way we do that is by keep hearing about it, not pushing it off to be 3 months, 4 months down the line.
okay, I'm going to ask Aaron and Colleen possibility of having a report.
That's absolutely a possibility.
Absolutely.
I like your answers. Possibility. That's
I'm
great.
very happy to provide any report that you would like as frequently as you would like it, President Nava.
Okay, we would like to have it maybe every 2 months on the progress of what's going on, if there's no objection, or every month. Every month will be great. So thank you, Aaron and Colleen, for working on this. Okay, I want to go to the pub. First of all, if there's no objections to this board, I'd like to finish the agenda tonight, since we won't come back till December 15th. And I'm sure there's no objection because you love to be here anyway. All right. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. Thank you. All right. Well, let's continue. Ms. Armstrong, do we have any public comments on the Arbet?
Yes, there is one, and it's Michelle Orgon.
Okay, Michelle, you're on.
Thanks, Michelle. Good evening, President Nava, board, and Arbet members. First, I must acknowledge that we have much to be grateful for. If whoever's controlling the slides could go down to the members that served on Arbet, I would greatly appreciate that. I think it's important to recognize there have been many that have been working on this tirelessly on this committee. They've molded ideas. They've taken abstract ideas and molded them. They've nourished those ideas. They've debated those ideas. They've been tending, if you will, our LUSD garden in a way. And right now, Arbet has been continuing that work without a lot of fanfare coming to the district. I'm really excited to hear that you want to have updates from it. But to make things bloom in our district, this Arbet committee has done wonderful things. And one thing that I'd like to point out is Mr. Neely said, changing the evaluation system, and Mr. Porter, I think, also mentioned that's been archaic. Last year would have been our first full year of doing the new evaluation system, but it got cut short because of COVID, and we understand that. And so we didn't do a lot of surveying as to how it went. We did do some general surveys at rep council meetings. and heard that the process was highly valuable to our members. It did take a little more time to complete the process, but they found great value in what they were doing in the evaluation process. So hopefully this year we'll be able to, although we're starting out distantly and not in person, which is a different kind of perspective of looking at evaluation. Hopefully we'll have this full year to really get a good handle on the evaluation system. I think it is important to note that Leah does feel that it is still very important that we train the teachers on site, those 8 pilot sites, and the administrators, and also site reps and Leah leadership on the evaluation system as to how to answer questions that come up and how to move forward with that. So we would love to see some training going on the system itself with the evaluation process. We are so excited. I love how Mrs. Church ended. You know, I love my job and I love Lodi Unified. I love working here. And I think that's what we all want. And this highlights and showcases our teacher specialists that have been doing PDs. And when I heard that they were having 58 people in their PD session, it was like, that is amazing. No longer do you have to wait on a wait list for it to come up. They can add more people to that PD. We are excited that they are adding the model and master teachers, and look forward to those sites having that expertise in developing, answering questions and working together with their site admin and problem solving. And as I think it was Mr. Porter that was thinking of problems, and I was like, well, what a great problem, the homelessness. How would a site address homeless issue in COVID? Or how would we address ELD at our site with being distance learning and bringing admin and a model teacher to maybe you have a specialist on site to address that and could help others. So I really am excited that they were able to present tonight and highlight some of these wonderful things. And I think this is just another way to showcase Lodi Unified, to be the place where you can love to teach and love to be teaching in Lodi Unified. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Any other public comments?
No further comments.
No other public comments. I just want to tell our student representatives, Emma and Haley, you guys can check out if you like, or you can continue on staying. I know it's 9:36 right now, so you have homework or whatever you want to do. You're welcome to leave the meeting. Thank you. Okay, we have the next one is review policy and rules 6146.11, alternative credit towards graduation. Dr. Washer.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, members of the board. Just presenting this as a report to get your feedback and input in case you would like to have further discussion or exploration about any revisions to this policy, particularly the part in which refers to college courses that high school students may take and what type of credit they get at their high school for that college course. According to the policy, students can receive elective credit if they take a class, for example, at Delta College, that can apply towards their elective graduation requirement at high school. There is some concern. There has been some concern, and over the years we've heard this each time about the possibility of students earning core subject matter content, not just elective. So if they take a math class at Delta College, could that apply for math credit at the high school? The policy is specific about elective credit, so just bringing it to your attention to see if there is any interest in reviewing this at a later date, or if you're comfortable with the way it is.
Thank you, Dr. Washer. Mr. Konaksak, do you have any comments or questions on this review policy?
Yes. The policy as it stands now is fine, but I think I'm leaning towards if a kid is taking a college class, for example, U.S. history, and he's taking history 17A and 17B, I would think that would be okay to substitute as his high school credit. I don't see much difference between an elective and a so-called core class. If it's a normal college class, not a remedial class, but like a 17A, 17B type class.
So my understanding, Gary, is that you are for honoring that class in credit for the student. Is that correct?
I would be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. Nava. I think the trend has been this way for some time now, is allowing students to go to higher education institutions and get credit. And I think we should continue that trend. And I think that some of our classes, we should specifically designate some classes. Like if we work with Delta, there can be a math class that could substitute for a math class here. I think it does the kids a lot of good too, to get out sometimes and to experience life on a college. And it's kind of motivational too. So I'd like to see us look at this a little bit harder. And I would hope the superintendent might bring us a plan on that.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Mr. Heberly?
Well, I concur that this might be the way things kind of are moving. And Gary did mention, okay, well, it's fine for some elective classes, but we're talking, one of them that's specific in the rule is world languages. Well, that's not an easy thing, is to learn another language. So I can see how that could be, how it could, that we should open it up and allow those. One thing I would say is that if we do that, there needs to be some kind of assurances. Let's say it is a math class. Math is very sequential and it builds. So we need to make sure that, let's say they take math 1 somewhere else, that it would set them up properly for math 2. And that's really all that is that we as a district would review the course to make sure it's allowable, and not be so restrictive, and in fact open it up to Delta College too. I mean, we're already doing more and more collaboration with Delta. This is a logical next step. I have not heard anything that would have me say, no, don't do that. It's almost the opposite. So I would really like to look at this and see about opening up the potential for this. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Heberly. We'll come back, George. Let me get to Mr. Porter.
As somebody who taught AP and also CP, somebody that taught AP.
You're muted.
I'm not muted now,
Not
Joe.
anymore.
All right,
Not
there we
anymore.
go. Okay, be careful there, big fella. Now, it's getting late in the hour for me. It's a slippery slope, and I think you need to think very deeply about what some of you are saying right now. We already offer dual enrollment, so kids can take classes at Delta on our campuses. Now you're saying that we're going to let kids go take classes that we offer at Delta. And we just heard a report from Mr. Khan that we're down 1,100 students. you're losing ADA and you're losing it to Delta. And we offer that class with the expertise. So I'm really struggling with why we would want to do this. We have a curriculum, strong curriculum, one that's accredited. If a young man or young woman wants to take something that we don't offer, great, take it at Delta. If you want to take dual enrollment, we offer that. Mr. Palmquist is in charge of that. We haven't talked much about it lately. It's a great thing for young people that can pick up college credit. But what you're doing is you're going to be diluting what we offer and allowing kids to go to Delta, pick up units, which is fine, but realize where you're headed with this. And it's not in a good way. High school education is very important. High school education is taught by professionals. If kids want to take those Delta classes, great. As long as we don't offer them, they can do it through dual enrollment. I like the way we have it set up right now. And I feel very strongly about the curriculum and the people that are teaching here within our school district. So I'm definitely against this. I think we offer enough classes for dual enrollment. Obviously, if we don't offer the class, young man has to set up here to work, or woman has to set up here to work with the principal and take that class. We have a lot of avenues for parents to work through. So I like our policy. I like to say it the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Ms. McFarland?
Thank you, President Nava. I would tend to agree with you, Mr. Porter. I do think it's a slippery slope. What I would hate to see happen is a teacher or a subject get sidestepped in order to take it at Delta because it works better into their schedule. I would never want to take something away from one of our teachers on one of our sites that is being taught by a thoughtful, well-informed, well-educated teacher that fits into our curriculum to take, and for an example, a health class. If we offer it, a student's taking health and it's done well, and it's not offered through Delta through one of our programs, and they want to just sidestep it and go take it. For graduation requirements, I have a real, you would have to sell me on it because right now I would like to stand behind our teachers on our sites. But I do think there is some advanced chemistries, there's some advanced math that are really interesting. If we don't offer them, I think they should absolutely be able to take those. Now, the discussion would have to happen. How would we build that in if it wasn't going to be an elective? But to me, that still requires the need for it to be an elective because it's outside of the scope of a high school graduation requirement. And that is why you are in high school, is to meet your requirements and then move on to college. So if you want to take one of those more advanced classes, that's a specific student that will obviously utilize that class later on when they begin their college degree. So it's slippery. I would tend to agree with you, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. Mr. Freitas?
If staff wants to investigate this and provide proposals, I'm not going to oppose that, but I'm not inclined to change the policy as it exists tonight.
Mr. Neely had one comment, I think. Only one, he said.
No, that was wait a second. That's what that was. Look, we all mentioned Delta, but we need this goes further than just Delta. We have other institutions around here as well. I can think of one where this might really fit in. We've got our Apple Academy out at Lodi High, and Humphreys has a teacher credentialing program as well. So some of those classes could be taken as under the current thing as electives, I believe, right? True? Okay. And that would fulfill some of those college requirements. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up, that it's not just Delta. There are other schools around that might be able to do it. It could include some possibly online courses through some of the UCs as well, couldn't it? As it stands right now, as an elective. Is that right? Okay. That's all I've got, Mr. Nava. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. My feelings also as a former teacher is that if we don't offer that class in our curriculum, then you got the right to explore and go to a college and take that course in lieu of not offering it with this. So I'm again, probably that's what our rule is right now. Is that correct, Dr. Washer?
It is, the issue is the type of credit. So a class at any type of college level would be for elective credit only.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. So you have the consensus to bring it up again, I guess, or if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me?
At this point, absent your comments, we don't have consensus to.
No, we don't. Okay. Okay, now we have any public comments on this, Ms. Armstrong?
Yes, we have one, Michelle Orgon.
Hi
You're
again.
on.
Thank you, President Nava. First, I appreciate the comments about this slippery slope. I totally disagree with allowing students at this point in time to earn graduation credit. That is directly against the philosophy of, keeping our students in Lodi unified for graduation. And as ADA slips, as somebody pointed out, they could be taking their classes somewhere else to graduate and not using our teachers. Thus, we would lose teachers in the process. And then the more that go to that kind of a program, the less we're able to teach. I know that we have had struggles with some world languages to find teachers for. But those are on a case-by-case basis. And our high school administrators have been recruiting, as I've heard, unbelievably for some of those positions. So at this point, I would disagree with this change in this policy. I also would like to ask that as the board policies having to do with curriculum or teaching positions, as we established a couple of years ago, that the association would be able to have a sit-down meeting before it came to the board to kind of look at some of the language and how it fit in. And Lisa Katowski and I would meet. Sometimes we would bring in our specialized teachers in an area to look at the different components of that. So I would respectfully ask that we do that again. The next thing, the very top portion of this board policy addresses the juvenile court system. I know on the state council committee that I'm on for CTA, this is an ongoing issue throughout the state. And part of the problem that we see is some juvenile court systems work on a trimester, a quarter, some could be in there as long as a month. And what happens is they don't, unless they finish a full term, they do not get that credit. So I would like to see us look and investigate in our area, how is this affecting our youth and any youth that are in a court system? Are they not being able to graduate because they haven't finished a full block in order to then lead into a class and get full credit? So I don't know if that's an issue in our area. I have heard with my colleagues in CTA that this has been an issue throughout the state where juvenile students are not being able to graduate because they end up missing the units because of the full time. So I'd like to investigate a little more on how that impacts any of our students that are coming from a court system to us. And again, coming down the pike, we also hear that ethnic studies may soon be a graduation requirement. So we'd like to, keep an ear on that coming forward. But as this stands now, other than re-looking at how it impacts our students that have spent any time in a court system. I would say that we disagree with taking any of those classes for a graduation requirement and sticking with the elective. Thank you for your time.
Michelle, any other public comments? All right, let's continue on with the agenda. Mr. Khan, you're on this one. Staff will provide information regarding North Stockton on bill financing.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. I'd also like to welcome Brian Holliday, our Director 3 of Maintenance Operations, to present this item. I'll give it a little bit of an introduction. This is a financing option that actually has its roots in the oil embargoes of the early 80s, which eventuated in Government Code 4217. Staff is interested in pursuing this option, and I'll let Mr. Holloway expand on that. But our ultimate goal is to determine tonight whether or not the board has any interest in seeing this as a possible transaction at some point in the future. Brian, if you're ready.
Thank you, Leonard. Good evening, President Nava, members of the board, and Dr. Washer. Tonight I'm presenting, as Leonard said, it's called an on-bill financing loan program offered by PG&E. This program is for energy-saving projects. We have an energy consultant, Tom Spivey, with Strategic Energy Incorporated, and he's identified 14 sites that would qualify for this program and would make the program feasible. The district has $3.5 million available to us, but the cost estimate for the proposed project is about $2.2 million. The only restriction we have is no more than $250,000 per site. The scope of the work would consist of upgrading all the lighting, which would be the interior and the exterior, to LED. The project would also include the lighting controls that would be compatible with our current EMS, our energy management system. The terms are 0% over 10 years. So in my book, that's free money. Tom's calculations show that it could be paid back within about 6.5 years. And I will do my best to answer any questions you guys might have.
Thank you, Brian. Are you at the ranch now?
Yes, sir.
That's great. That's great. Okay, let's see if we have any comments from the board. Mr. Eberly?
So these are funds that we would use to retrofit our energy usage. Is that correct?
Correct, by just lighting and lighting controls.
And I'll go ahead and add as well. Mr. Holloway mentioned that we were eligible for up to $3.5 million worth of this funds, but the board is utilized both Prop 39 money and also some of its bond money to replace HVACs throughout the district. There really wasn't enough remaining work to do under this program on HVAC, so that's why we're down to just lighting.
And if I can add, one of the sites is McNair. All the lighting is already upgraded, but the controls are failing. So that project would be just controls only. And that's the Pelican. I believe it's the Pelican. That's our favorite one that we, our energy management system is where we can control all the lighting from, and the air conditioning from an office out at the new M&O building.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's fine. This is my last question. So as I am trying to wrap my head around it, is that they are loaning us the money to do the electric usage retrofitting. We paid that back, but in the meantime, we're saving money due to energy conservation measures that we use that money for. Is that correct?
Correct. The way it was explained to me, because there's a couple different ways that I've heard these programs work, but this particular one, Tom explained it to me. I don't know if he's listening tonight, but if he is, he could interrupt and correct me if I'm wrong. What they're going to do is we'll calculate the loan amount by how much the project is going to cost totally, minus any incentives or rebates, and then that will be the loan. And they'll take that loan, they'll divide it by 120, which is 12 months out of 10 years. And then that's our payment, our monthly payment. But when we use our regular energy use for the month, plus our monthly payment, it should be less than what our average monthly payment was the last year. Because we're going to, his calculations say we could pay it back that way in six and a half years, but this program we have to, I believe this is correct, we have to take 10 years to pay it back, so therefore we're paying a lot less. So we're, as soon as we do the project, we're going to start feeling the savings, and then after 10 years, of course, we'll feel a really good amount of savings. It's free money.
Yeah, that was a very clear explanation. It filled in the hole that I was thinking about. So I appreciate your explanation. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Heberly. Mr. Freitas, any questions? All right, Ms. McFarland.
The only question that I really have is what's the life expectancy on the controllers and the lighting? So by the time we're done paying it off, it will be time for a new program to roll out? Or do you think we can get a longer shelf life than 10 years?
I am not an expert in that, but I will tell you that that lasts way longer than conventional lighting. Our controllers have been very good, but if we're going to feel the savings from the minute it's done, I still think it's worth doing. It's going to last longer than what we have. It's an upgrade. It's Perfect. Better. It's better technology. So, but I can't give you. Okay. I can't tell you the life of the control systems.
Is it fair to say that the schools that are listed here, we're looking at original equipment or pretty close to original equipment?
I haven't been here long enough, but I can tell you. Oh, you have them up right there on the board. Excellent. Yeah. I've only been here a year and a half. I don't know the age of all these schools. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just curious. Leonard might be able to shed a little bit. If Joe Patty's listening, he might as well.
Mute.
The obvious ones that may have had a retrofit at some point in the past are the older schools: Davis, Houston, Murata, maybe Tokay Colony, Woodbridge. But we can get that information as to when they were. Okay.
Thank you. I did just my curiosity. I appreciate it. This looks wonderful.
So, Mr. Knaxak, any comments, questions?
Thank you, President Nava. I'm a little confused, but I like the part where I heard about the free money part. That's always good. And my gut's telling me that this project probably needs to happen, and if it can be done with economically well, I guess, then I think I'm in favor of it. So thank you for this work.
Welcome.
Thank you, Gary. Mr. Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Thank you very much for the report. It was great. I have no questions. I think we just need to move forward with it. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Porter.
Love the report. Love that we're trying to conserve energy. My only question is, if this is being offered in North Stockton by PG&E, what is Lodi Electric offering?
So we have met with Lodi Electric's consultant. They don't have a program specifically like this. They do have access to third-party rebates and incentives, but no on-bill financing program.
So we haven't had anything creative come out of Lodi at all. This is my pet peeve with Lodi right now, that North Stockton PG&E is trying to work with us and Lodi Electric is not. I just want to make that publicly known. And if we ever have a 2x2 meeting with them, I'm going to come out swinging hard on Lodi Electric because it's just ridiculous how they use the school district. That's my sense. So, thank you very much, guys. You did a great job. Thank you.
I got to give some credit to Joe Patty. He's been pushing this for a couple years now, so it finally made it to you guys. So Joe did most of the work, but thank you.
Yeah, good job. Thank you.
And thank you, Brian, for your report. And I know you're modest. You did some work, and so did Leonard. Thank you for the report. Is there any public comments, Michelle, on this?
No public comments.
Public comments. Okay, we will go to our next report. Update on planning for all distance learning options for 2021-2022 school year. Dr. Washer.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, members of the board. It's a little hard to think about next school year, but that's what this is about. So if we could change our focus a little bit to next school year, the board expressed interest in providing some options or to continue to provide options for families who wish to have that distance learning model. So we've been talking about this and doing some planning for the next school year. And what we'd like to share with you is that what we have planned at this point is to model the secondary optional program similar to what's in place now, that students would have a separate course selection guide. That course selection guide would be for digital courses. And so students who would be doing a digital program would be selecting their courses from that course selection of the digital courses. Keeping in mind that not everything can be offered in a digital format, so leaving that opportunity open for students to be able to take a class on site if they so choose for those specialty programs. For example, some of the CTE classes would be offered in person only. For the elementary, this would need to be a separate program. Currently, this year, what we've told parents is when students come back and they are staying on the distance learning, they have made that selection, that we would hold their spot for them at their elementary site in case they wish to return at some point in the year. That would not be possible in the future because of staffing and how we need to staff things ahead of time. We would need to have a commitment from families that they would be taking this option for the year. And if they change their mind during that school year, if there is room at their home school, then or the school they came from, then of course we would accommodate them. Or perhaps there would be another school nearby that had space, but we wouldn't guarantee that we would be holding their spot for them. It would be a separate program. We would have Lodi Unified Teachers, district curriculum. This would be we're thinking about housing this under the independent study umbrella in order to provide it the support, the administrative support needed to get this going. But the structure of it would not be what the independent study model is currently. This would be more of a model that looks like the school day, similar to what the model is now, where students are engaged in learning, similar to a bell schedule, as if they were in person, whereas an true independent study model is different. It would require extra FTE With the high school portion, we would continue to utilize the opportunities that we have, the 120% contracts, and look at staffing across the district. It would be a centrally scheduled process so that students may have teachers from different campuses, depending on what class they're taking and where those sections would be. For elementary, that it would require additional FTE. So there would be a cost, and that would be depending on how many students were interested in this and what grade levels they fell into. So we can't give you a definite, this is what it would cost, but an average of 78,000 per teacher would be dependent on how many students are involved. So that's the basic concept. We have to keep in mind that we would still need to follow any state requirements. So if there is any requirement for in-person, similar to an independent study model, we would need to honor that. There are some flexibilities that we're enjoying this year because of the situation we're in. Those may not be available next year or in the future. So we're going to have to navigate that a little bit as well. We do have two folks who will have expertise in this area that are willing to help us, and that is Dominique Mueller-Kimball from Independent Study in Henderson, and also Janae Waters, who is currently assigned as a VP at Lincoln Tech, would be able to provide administrative support in this and guidance as we get this started. So I won't go through the whole presentation. I think I've summed it up. But if there are any questions, we do have, of course, Jeff Palmquist and Scott McGregor here, but also Dominique and Janae are available online if you have any specific questions. So just looking for, is this what you were thinking? Are we on the right, going the right path? Were you thinking of something totally different and we need to revamp our thoughts? Just kind of trying to get a sense of where the board is with this concept.
Thank you, Dr. Washer. I know you're being proactive for 21, 22. Wow, that's another year. We finish a year and then we start back in the end of July, or yeah. So being proactive is great. Hopefully that by that time the gurus and the scientists have something planned for us, that everything will be normal. Okay, that means that we can go to the games, we can get all our students in school, and this distance learning. I'll put one of the comments made by the Orange County Board of Education. They opened up live. They were going open live, and they said, the guy president says, "This is all in-person teaching, no distance learning, period." So that's harsh, but that's conservative area in Orange County. Okay, comments from Mr. Neely? Any comments?
Commissioner Nava, this subject needs a lot of discussion, and I don't believe that 10:10 at night is the time to begin the discussion on it. So I do have a lot to say, but I'm not going to say it right now. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. I appreciate that. Mr. Heberly, you don't have too much, do you? Okay. No. Oh, okay. Mr. Freitas. You should get a mouse.
What color mouse should I get?
Well, you get this thing going with your finger here,
It doesn't work.
And what?
It doesn't work. Right here, sir.
It's about the time, see?
Finishing up with the bang. That's why I appreciate staff putting together these ideas, and I join Mr. Neely's comments that 10:10 at night is not the time to be discussing this, but I do expect many discussions going forward.
Gary, have any comments?
Yeah, well, I agree with what Ron and George had said, but I will say that I do like the district giving more opportunities or putting more tools in our toolbox. But I'm wondering why we're even doing this. Is there a concern that we will not be back to normal, in the 21? I mean, I'm expecting this vaccine, so it might be a little premature to worry too much about it. It's a good idea if we're going to need it. Other than that, we'll see.
Tyson might come out really punching then, huh? Okay, Ms. McFarland.
Thank you, President Nava. Again, I would echo my colleague's opinion that 1010 or 1013 is not the time to get into a deep discussion on this. I do love the framework. I think it's really exciting, especially if the students that choose to do a distant learning option in this academy, I guess you would call it, would have the ability to access things on campuses, sports, clubs, band, that type of thing. Because if a student chooses to do the distant, they might want to interact and have those options. And I'm sure you're going to bring those to us at a later date when you work through this. But I like the idea of this, as long as it's taught by live teachers. That would be the breaking point for me, is if it wasn't a live teacher. Thank you.
Thinking about robots coming in? Live teachers or robots? Live teachers. Mr. Porter?
I've been a big push for this, for an online academy, for digital online academy for a year now, and I appreciate Dr. Washer taking the time to get out ahead of this and prepare for next year, when we will have students back in school, and we'll also be able to offer to those parents and students that wish so a online academy. So I want to thank her and her staff for putting this kernel out so we can take a look at it. And then, as Mr. Neely says, take another chance at it, digest it a little bit more and examine it. But I think it's a great first step, and I appreciate her getting out in front on this issue. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Ms. Armstrong, any public comments on this?
No public comments.
All right, very good. Let's go to the routine agenda. This is a mile long, okay? So are there any board members that want to pull any items? Yeah, Mr. Neely?
Mr. Nava, I want to pull 826 so I can abstain from the vote.
Whoa, where is that puppy? 826. Anybody else? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Staff would like to pull A14 and return it at a future board meeting. We'd also like to pull A15 for further explanation and discussion.
Anybody else? Okay, any public comments anybody from the public?
No.
Nobody. Awesome. Yes, Mr. Freitas.
Consent agenda A.
Okay, oh my gosh, Mr. Freitas moved that we approve consent agenda A, second by Mr. Neely. Mr. Kanaxa.
Aye.
That's right, it's getting rummy. Mr. Heberly. Mr. Heberly.
Aye.
Mr. Porter. Ms. McFarland.
Aye. Aye.
And aye. The motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll go with Mr. Khan on item A14. That you want to polling.
We pulled A14 to bring it back at a future board meeting. I asked to pull A15 to provide further explanation and discussion.
All right, Mr. Khan, you got A15. Well, we have to approve A14 to be pulled by you. Do I have a motion on that? Or can we, let's table. That's easier. Yeah, okay, tabled. Okay, Mr. Khan, A15.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Before you in A15 is the guaranteed maximum price for the Needham classroom building. I should say classroom buildings, because in this item, there are 3 options for the board. The board has in the past expressed keen interest in eliminating portables on its school sites and replacing them with permanent classrooms. So in item A15, you have a base bid for 7 classrooms at a price of $3,549,836. The board can also accept at this time what's identified as alternative 1 or alternate 1. That's an additional 2 classrooms at $947,695. So roughly $4.6 million for a total of 9 classrooms. Or the board can accept the base bid and alternate number 2, which is an additional 4 classrooms priced at $1.8 million, which would bring the total up to about $5.4 million for 11 additional classrooms at Needham. The 11 additional classrooms would completely eliminate the need for any of the portables presently left on site. We would be able to haul them all away. Now, at that dollar cost, with a lot of the electrical issues, the low voltage issues, demolition costs, underground we had to reroute the gas. The price for 11 classrooms will eat up almost all of the remaining implementation plan budget. Board may recall that staff did advise that we would likely need to request more measure budget for the MP room, which also houses the kitchen. So I don't have a strong estimate for that, but at this point, I don't think it would be more than an additional $5 million. And the board has plenty of actual unassigned measure budgets for that, Measure U budget for that. Plus, there are consistently savings on almost all of our projects, which we'll be able to complete which will be able to contribute to this as well.
Okay.
Yeah, this. Yeah, when you've got alternatives, it's not a consent agenda item.
Mr.
I
Nolan.
have a suggestion, Mr. Khan. Can we table that?
You're pushing the project back substantially. The completion date right now would be March 2022. But if we wait till December, you push it back another month or 2, you're already close to the end of that school year. So staff doesn't have an issue with doing so.
Mr. Nava?
Yes. Mr. Heberly.
There's too many options, and the costs, it's not a comfortable place for me right now. I would like to see this come back as a singular item so that it can be discussed. In the meantime, I think giving us all those options of those different increments and so forth, or amendments, that'd be great, because this is going to require more think time than just a consent agenda item, in my opinion. Can we table this item?
I'd like to table this item. I have a suggestion. Since we can go remote, we don't have to table it till the December meeting if there's no objection to the board, and then get a full discussion on a webinar or Zoom or whatever the case might be. That way we would have a comfortable discussion through the Zoom and put Mr. Khan on the spot.
We'd be happy to accommodate that, absolutely.
Is that-
For the board's reading pleasure, on the very last attachment, page 11 of 12, it's got all of the options in one table.
Okay.
Mr. Nava, I would like to see a lot of our financial things done on one night, not brought up during a regular board meeting. I think we should be spending most of our time with student achievement, things like that, and the financial issues should be separate. It's too diverse.
Yeah.
That way we could focus just on the financial side of it. Just a suggestion.
Understand.
Or is that for Mr. Freitas? Mr. Freitas down the road.
Mr. Freitas is okay with that. Okay, yeah, whoever's the next president. Okay, we would like to table that then. I need to have a special meeting as soon as we can. I don't want to interfere on any of Thanksgiving breaks for these professional board members, but let's get a meeting where it only takes, whatever it is. It shouldn't take more than an hour and a half to have this meeting and know everything we want to know. So I don't have a calendar.
I'm predicting 15 minutes.
Calendar. Okay. Oh, thank you, Ron. Thank you. Okay. So these two items, A14 and A15 are tabled, sir. We're being back. Okay. George, A26.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. I pulled this one just so I could abstain from the vote because it is.
Perfect.
Motion to approve.
Been moved by Mr. Freitas, second by Mr. Eberly to approve item 826. Mr. Neely will abstain. Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Farland?
Aye.
Mr. Knaxak?
Aye.
Motion carried, 6 with 1 abstention. Okay, let's go with other action items. These are other action items. Contract for pandemic monitor. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Washer. The board may recall this was an item of interest for board to seek temporary help for our COVID or our pandemic safety plan throughout the remainder of however long this takes to get through. This is a sample contract. We have broached this topic with one ex-manager of the district. There will likely, if discussions with that individual were to move forward, there may need to be an amendment relating to things like mileage and that type of thing. But generally speaking, this should end up being close to what it looks like. The final agreement, if the board approves this item tonight, will be brought back on the contracts list. Be happy to answer any questions.
Do you have a job description?
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Farland, any comments?
No, I just don't know. Do we have to carry any E&O on this or anything? This is just a straight.
We shouldn't have to if we're being invoiced through another company.
Yeah. That's my only question. It looks great to me.
Okay, Mr. Knaxak?
Nope. Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay, Mr. Freitas?
So the calculation was mid scale on the director 3 position, and we assumed it would require no more than 4 hours per day. And then of course we're already in November. So that calculus ended up at $37,000 through the end of June.
And by agreeing to this, we're limiting the district's liability to no more than $37,000.
The contract will be not to exceed 37,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr.
2021.
Heberly?
Yeah, I also
2021.
saw the price tag per hour, and that would probably be enough to get me out of retirement. Just kidding. Just kidding. I want nothing to do with that job. I think the point is that it would serve the district, I think, really well. This is a very difficult thing. I've lived it following paperwork for exposures and infectious control. It's a lot of work. So we've talked about it a lot as a board. I think we need to do it. Let's go.
Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Who is this person going to report to?
It will either be myself or Brian Holloway, director of M&O.
Okay, and so you see this as a 4-hour every day, or
It's the best guess. I'm not too sure it even takes all of 4 hours, but
okay.
The big thing we face right now is AB 685, which goes into effect January 1st. It's been described as an exhaustive reporting exercise. The reports that we're generating right now, I think 3 weeks ago we had a total of 37 cases in the district. We're over 80 right now. Well, it's spreading, and we're in the path of it as well. But we're going to have to start reporting actual names of exposed people and subject people to county public health services. So
I've got no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neely. I have, Mr. Porter, did I ask for a comment from you?
I was just curious about the job description.
Okay, so, well, you're on. Oh, okay. And if Mr. Heberly would ask you your name or deal.
So it's listed in the third. Okay.
Okay, I need a motion on this. Move to approve by Mr. Neely, second by Mr. I'm sorry. God darn it. I'm getting ahead of myself. Public comments, Ms. Armstrong.
Yes, there's one, Michelle Orgon.
All right, Michelle, you're on. Sorry about that.
No problem, Mr. Nava. We look forward to this position as we do think a delay in notifying sites days and weeks are hard, and with the new legislation being, having a day to notify everybody, we're going to need somebody on top of this. So we are in the affirmative to get somebody to help in these reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Neely, second by Mr. Porter. Mr. Heberly, Mr. Freitas, Ms. McFarland.
Aye.
Ms. Conexon.
Aye.
Gary, I'm aye. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, Mr. Cobb, proceed. Mr. Ratification of Memorandum of Understanding. That was Dr. Washer.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, members of the board. This is presented to you. This is the agreement with Leah. They have ratified the agreement, and so now it is brought to you for approval.
All right. Any comments from the board? No comments. Mr. George, you have a comment. Go ahead.
I do, and I'm going to save. I've got a lot of comments, but I'm going to save most of them for some other day. Okay, but this is the thing. I first looked at this MOU and I was going to say, no, I'm not going to support this, but I am going to support it because our negotiating teams worked together and got it done. Here's my problem, though. When we go to purple, it says that everything is DL. There is a possibility in the future that we can get some exception to that, particularly for cohorts and some of our lower grades. This doesn't allow that. So I'm going to ask that our negotiating teams start now, because you don't want to wait again until we have the opportunity and then start negotiating. We need to start it now and get it done as soon as possible so that our kids don't have to wait. We need to get that help for some of our kids. That's all I've got, Mr.
President.
Mr. Freitas?
This is really exciting that the district and the teachers work together to get kids back in our classroom. And this was a huge step. And I think it showed great trust and great respect on both sides. And I'm very excited that this was done. Of course, pandemic, having a mind of its own, decided to make it all not going to be implemented as quickly as possible, but I want to voice my appreciation for everyone involved in getting this done. With that, I would move to approve this item.
Comments on Mr. Connexat. You have a comment, sir?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, Ms. McFarland?
Yes, I would like to also express my admiration for both sides working well to come to an agreement. I would like to say that as long as we are in purple, it does make me extremely nervous to put students in a classroom or work towards a waiver or to get a cohort to put students back in the classroom when we're locking things down, or we're beginning to lock things down with the numbers rising. However, I do agree with you, Mr. Neely, that I would rather see students in classroom, even in small groups, to work, but I believe that is a MOU for another day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. Mr. Porter? Thank you, Mr. Porter.
I think this has been great collaboration. Also, this is multifaceted. This covers all tiers. So we know exactly what we're doing from here on out. So we've got everything in place. We know what we're going to be doing going ahead. And I want to congratulate the teachers, negotiating team and our negotiating team. This is forward thinking. We know where we're headed, and I'm glad it was resolved. And kudos to everybody that worked hard to get this done. So thank you all. So I'm definitely at motion to approve.
We go to the red. We're ready. We're ready. Just give us get the dates going. That's all. We go into the orange and we could proceed. So this takes care of that. Any public comments, Ms. Armstrong?
Yes, there's one in Michelle, Oregon.
Michelle, you're on.
Thank you, board members. We do appreciate you going forward with this. And yes, want to thank both negotiating teams for working hard. And as Mr. Porter pointed out, this does carry us through the different levels. We do know that there are going to be hiccups and bumps in the road and things we didn't think about. And we appreciate already having conversations with the superintendent over some of those. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. We have a motion by Mr. Freitas. I need a second. Second by Mr. Porter to approve this ratification of the memorandum. Mr. Neely.
Aye.
Mr. Heberly. Knaxak.
Aye.
Ms. McFarland.
Aye.
Mr. Nava, aye. Motion carries on this memorandum 7-0. Okay, personnel matters. Mr. Neely, move to approve personnel matters. Second by Ms. McFarland. Mr. Porter. Mr. Knaxak.
Aye.
Mr. Heberly. Mr. Freitas. Mr. Nava, aye. Motion carries on personnel matters 7-0. Communication comments from employee group representatives. Ms. Armstrong?
Yes, Michelle Oregon.
Michelle, you're on.
Let me start over. Good evening, President Nava again, and members of the board, Superintendent Washer, members of the public, and my fellow LEA members. As we get ready for this Thanksgiving season and reflecting on the things that have happened this week, getting the MOU ratified, some of the positive conversations that we've had tonight on certain issues, hearing and celebrating comes to mind. And we're reminded to look for those helpers and look for the helpers in our school districts and our community. We love the spotlight idea that one of our students raised. And I'd like just to end on 2 spotlights tonight. First, if you have some free time this weekend, Bear Creek High School and Lodi High School are continuing their speech competition, and they are looking, it is virtual, so you could be a speech and debate judge. Please contact Kieran Minnick, K Minnick at lodiusd.net if you're interested in coaching. They do need judges. And that is for our students and is an awesome opportunity for them to hone their skills. The next, I'd like to do a shout out to Ansuela Garcia, a teacher at Julia Morgan Elementary. She has started a tradition, and a tradition that many of our fellow members helped support her. And I just want to say with her activity of raising money for turkeys for the Stockton Emergency Food Bank, she has 2 more days left for collecting before they make their donation to the Stockton Emergency Food Bank. So if any of the board members or the public are interested in helping support this, it is a worthwhile cause to help the Emergency Food Bank. I commend her with the month of November raising funds. She has already raised $8,000 for turkeys for families in need. And we are always excited and grateful to what she has done for the Stockton community in raising that. And we'd love to see, and if anyone else could help out to donate to Ansuela Garcia, to contact her if you're interested. Have a happy Thanksgiving. We wish all of our members, I say we now because now the dog's into it. We'd like to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving and that everyone is safe and that you can celebrate as best you can with your family and friends. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight and address you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle. Same to you.
Thanks, Michelle.
All right, we have communications comments from any other public employees, comments, Ms. Armstrong?
No further.
No comments from the superintendent, anything Dr. Washer left undone?
No further comments. Thank you.
Move to adjourn.
Holy Smokey the Bear. All right. was motion by Mr. Neely, second by Ms. McFarland to adjourn the meeting. Mr. Heberly. Mr. Freitas. I'm just looking at Gary, and I was going to call either Gary or you. How can I forget your name? How can I forget? Yeah, Gary.
Are you sure we got everything taken care of tonight? Oh,
Time is it? Oh, that's your bedtime.
Yeah.
Okay, motion carries 7-0. Meeting is adjourned.
Right on. See you guys.
Oh, Lord have mercy. The other one? Do I start the other one? Do I start the next one?